Hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. We are finally getting to do something that I've been meaning to get to for a little bit now. This is week number 3 of the VDS, which is the combined VAD and VRD. If you remember the draft league that I participated in last split, that I'm not actually playing in this split, so I can focus on myself and my own other types of content and all that, right? That said, I've been running a study over the VDS, and I've been able to catch a couple of games here and there. And I've had a couple of replay files here and there sent to me, so I'm like building up some data points and an understanding of what's going on. But I haven't had the chance to sit down and watch any games like live on stream like I've been meaning to. Right? Zekno, the VDS is the Victorious Draft Series, which is the combination of the two leagues, VAD and VRD. The VRD being the draft league that I participated in and won last split. So for those of you who don't know, we have that going on. I've been setting up a study. I am following 7 players, 7 teams, 7 out of the 16, so roughly half. And I'm just kind of following their journeys, gaining some data points, gaining some insight into their strategies, which I'm not sharing during the split. You're not getting anything out of me. And I'm going to be turning all of that information into a video at the end of it all. Right. So today, there's a couple of co-streamers doing their thing in the VDS, plus the main broadcast, and I didn't spend any time like figuring out if I'm stepping on anyone's toes, so I'm not going to be bouncing between teams. We're going to be sticking with just the Hounds tonight, who I know like with absolute certainty are not on anybody else's channel tonight. So that's the idea. I am following. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I feel like it's probably not. Is it okay for me? Yeah, because I'm not sharing any of their data. Yeah, I'm following the Hounds, the Unicorns, the Hornets, the Panthers, the Wizards, the Vipers, and the Nocturnals. So that's 3 teams in VAD, the Gold Division, and 4 teams in VRD, the Platinum Division. The reason it's all combined into one now is just because they actually use the same player pools in the draft before everything. So like you could kind of get put into VAD or VRD depending on when in the draft you were picked. And needless to say, all the higher level players like went fast because VRD got first dibs. I'm stalling for time basically. And I did check the master sheet and hold on, let's see. VAD schedule week 3. Hounds not being streamed, Hounds not being streamed, Hounds not being streamed, and then the co-streamers that they were aware of ahead of time, and I really should have put my name on there. Those guys are doing... where did they go? Announcements. Where's announcement? Was it content? I think it was content. Where's the content channel? There's so many channels in these servers. Yeah, astronauts and wizards. So yeah, I'm not stepping on anyone's toes. We are just waiting to be invited to the lobby. And what we're going to do tonight, guys, we're going to be watching 3 games, but we're going to be doing it very, very, very casually. I'm just going to prioritize my own kind of comfort, just try to ease myself back into this sort of thing. If that's okay with you all. And then at the end, we're going to have a review of a Flannel esports game. So we're going to actually see 4 matches tonight. Which I'm super excited with. So the team... Here, I'll bring this up. I'll bring up standings. That's the wrong button entirely. That's the right button. The team that we're going... My face isn't here! There we go. The team that we're going to be watching is the only 6-0, the only undefeated team in VAD, and this is a really cool... I'm super glad. So I'm super glad that Vipers are one of the teams that I'm following, and I'm super glad that Hounds are one of the teams that I'm following, because it means I get like a big diversity in what I'm about to see. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's me. I'm in the lobby. Okay. So I kind of just want to know what they're doing right. Like, I can't share strategic elements with you guys, but I want to know, like, you know, are they just skill gapping? How diverse are their drafts? Are they using like this, like very similar strategies each time, or really diversifying? Like, what is the level of competition? What exactly is going on? Actually, one of the only matches that I saw live was Hounds versus Unicorns, and that's because that was Darien versus Sonic, and that was on main broadcast. So you know, if that's happening, I have to stop in and I have to watch. You know what I mean? Do we have a draft here? No, we don't. Okay. So how are you all doing tonight? Is everything feeling good? Is everything feeling all right? This is about the... I see. Bo Jordan. This is truly intellectual conversation. We're waiting for the teams to get assembled. We're waiting for draft links to be posted. This is the worst name I have ever seen in my life. That's Spec. Okay, beautiful. Spec is here. So this match is Grizzlies versus Hounds. Unfortunately for me, the Hounds are playing exclusively against teams that I am not following. So, yeah. Did you play against them, Declo, in ASL? Not, is it? Yeah, ASL. Mind exploded. I know Joe Barden's a name we know, but... Who is Dream? I only know God King Karthus. Hello. Bo Barden. I think they don't believe me, guys. I think my cover might be broken. Okay, so obviously Darien is our point of contact on the Hounds, and actually, let's take a moment to let's look at their drafts. Let's do a little study while we're waiting, shall we? On the master sheet. Okay, they don't keep records in the... Yeah, this is pretty broken. This is pretty broken. So I'm going to have to manually go through match history. Excuse me. It's really, really, really annoying. We're going to try to find all of the previous Hounds drafts. HND is the acronym, right? Okay. Two consecutive Hounds drafts right there. So I'm just pulling everything up so you guys can see in a moment. There's the third for last week. Okay, we're just going to go with the ones that we can see from just last week, right? What are we prioritizing? Andy Gwen on Gwen. We have Victor. We have a very simple team fight core, right? Tank jungler, engage support for Darien, Doges versus ponies, aggro. Oh, this was it was this game. The Gwen again, so we're hard prioritizing the Gwen whenever we can get it. Blind pick is okay, right? Yep. But although this time you get it into Scion, so even better. Proactive mid jungle, aggro 80 carry, aggro supports. Like, this is freaking Blitzcrank. And then Hounds here. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, they're going... So far, I mean, at least in these games, there's only been Playmaker jungle plus Playmaker support, right? That's what the Hounds are doing so far. I'm just I'm just trying to get, like, a feel for if, like, how much diversity and strategy is there, right? Oh, we have the draft. The draft's ongoing. Okay. Grizzlies have Gwen Ban, and Xayah Ban, and Annie Ban behind my head. And meanwhile, we can see what the Hounds are doing, which is Jhin, Bard, and Malzahar, which would be very unorthodox bans, which, of course, implies that there's some scouting going on, which, you know, as I've come to learn, is definitely, like, just targeting comfort, stuff like that is a recipe for success in draft leagues like this. Thresh has been locked in. Jarvan is the immediate answer. Okay, so, like, immediately kind of a mirror of a draft that we saw last week. So they are prioritizing, like, these high power, presumably high comfort champions, which work very well together. And yeah, I mean, we've been perceiving Thresh Rakan to be, like, generally very, very high power level supports, right? So no complaints here. Thresh B1 historically is a bit odd, but it does set up for this scaling Jinx strategy, right? Thresh B1 would really only exist because, like, this style of play is, like, really, really, really contested, right? At least in theoretical level. Where it's just like, yeah, we don't think Kench is very valuable at all. We think denying, like, this premier protective support is best. So Grizzlies have immediate... I mean, that's a platinum killer right there. Shen, like, slamming Shen on the table and just saying, like, yeah, okay, so, I mean, they've already committed to a generalist sort of scaling. I wish I knew the pools of these players. It would make things so much easier, right? Make things so much easier to analyze. Because before, I would, like... I mean, when I had my run on the VTS analyst desk, I basically had to use entirely theory, and I was completely comfortable using entirely theory. But now, like... Now... It's different. It's like I know, I can now understand the reality is the level of play isn't enough for meta to matter. And so... it's almost like I'm kind of trying to find my balance again. Like, I'm trying to reestablish myself and understanding what's going on. The Hounds have picked Sivir, so they are... I mean, they have themselves set up to kind of almost leave bot lane on an island at a certain point where she's just going to be comfortable, capable of defending herself very easily from momentary 1v2s, even if mispositions occur. We've got Sejuani and a Mumu ban, so they're trying to target, like, engage, simple teamfight initiation that can supplement the Shen and the Thresh. Because technically Grizzlies have no primary initiation. Fiora and Mordekaiser are taken away here. Akali. Isn't Thresh one of Rakan's hardest counters? No. So that is the only... That interaction that you've described is the only Thresh favorite interaction in the entire matchup. So in reality, the two champions are fine to play into each other. If Rakan ever at any point surprises Thresh, right? If Rakan finishes his dash, the knockup will occur. Thresh can never flay fast enough. Thresh has to basically do that on prediction. Or from Rakan max range, right? Trundle is locked in, which with this level of mobility is not like the theory pick I would go for by any means. Okay, so the Grizzlies have 100% hard committed to scaling in every role. Fortunately for them, if this Akali ends up going into the mid lane, it's not going to create like this gigantic pressure vacuum. It's not going to just like, you know, there's not going to be some dominant mid-jungle duo running around the map, at least for the first, like, 8 minutes of the game, right? 6, 7, 8, yeah, I guess 8 Akali will be, like, level 7, so. But it's actually Akali top. It's actually Andy Gwen playing the Akali, and that's what they're trying to do to punish the Shen. And yeah, ultimately it is 2 sets of teamfight cores, right? Like we have the scaling Sivir Victor versus the scaling Veigar Jinx, Thresh for protection, Shen for protection, Trundle as like really the only driving force. Meanwhile on Hounds, Jarvan as the only real driving force, Jarvan Rakan like as the follow-up, right? So it's almost like Battle of the Junglers, although I do believe that Hounds have better early beatdown tools. At least if they find situations like outside of lane skirmishes. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. Interesting. So, I mean, let me just compare this against the rest of the Hounds drafts because maybe I was missing something. Scaling. Not scaling at all. I mean, it's almost a cookie cutter copy of this draft, actually. So even though, like, the style isn't entirely defined by Darien, obviously. That would be kind of silly if it were. But the... Yeah. I dare not say too much more at risk of giving everybody an unfair advantage in drafting against the Hounds.
Eventually.
Because the point is not to interject myself into the league and like start leaking strats and start scouting for everybody. The point is to understand what's going on and kind of let it play out organically, right? And so far, at least on this data point here, right? So far, the fact that the team that is winning the most has their drafts like looking like this, it is supporting my hypothesis. So that's a big deal. Shen B3 blind is absolutely maniacal on paper, by the way. My god. That's insanity. At least if you're not flexing it, which I assume you're not. Did we have an issue here? What's going on? Arsenal. Died. What's Darien? Darien's sending me Runeterra decks in the middle of his draft. Go Joe Barden. No, Joe Barden is not playing Bard. Joe Barden is playing Thresh. Why is he sending me Runeterra decks in the middle of his draft? Like,
Eventually.
oh, this is actually something he suggested. This is pretty different. This is pretty different. I'll look into this later. You really wanted to see the Joe Barden Bard? I want to see the Joe Barden Bard too. Oh, well, the Joe Barden Bard was one of the bands, right? Joe Barden. It's like Jin Band, Bard Band, Malzahar Band. These are not orthodox bands. At the same time, Annie Band, Zaya Band, Gwen Band. Like, these are all stuff that Hound's been playing the hell out of. Just don't ban Bard. Give it to him. See what happens, right? We want entertainment. We want fun. We want entertaining games. We want you to sabotage your competitive performance for the sake of the stream. Oh, we're doing the funny, haha, we banned your bands sort of thing, right? Chat, tonight I'm going to put no pressure on myself to be right. We're just going to explore. We're just going to learn, right? We're just going to vibe. We're going to have a good time. It's going to feel so fun to sit in on the VDS. We can invade the help desk later. That sounds like a good time. Just harass everyone in the help desk. I have a feeling the first 5 minutes of this game are going to be really, really, really boring unless Jarvan decides to make them not boring. But that's okay. Whatever gives the best shot of winning, right? So I think I've brought this up before, but we actually have a chance to talk about it now. I think my Levels of Play Platinum video was like a little bit wrong. Most of it was correct, but I think I may have put too much value in the matchups. I think the core differences between Levels of Play, I don't think... I'm starting to believe, or at least one of my coaches is trying to convince me, that matchups are practically irrelevant until, like, High Diamond in competitive, actually. And that the real fundamental differences between Levels of Play, like the compromise that we ended up making in our conversations, was that maybe it is solely just the number of archetypes that a team can play. Because like in IBS, we can really only handle simple initiation. But then maybe in Gold, that grows a little more. And maybe in Platinum, that grows to include some less orthodox things, like specific aggros and specifically Siege in Control. And then it keeps growing and growing and growing and growing until the full scope of archetypes become available at, like, actual top level. Because, like, we're not playing proper defensive neutralize control or bait and punish down here, right? Or even, like, I mean, 131 is kind of dead, but, like, we're not playing, like, 131, something that requires a lot of setup down in IBS or Gold or something like that. It contradicted some of my direct experience, because, like, a big reason why I won VRD in the first place was because I was good at using counterpick support, but apparently that's just because I was an over-analytical player. That was 100% of my skill set, and most support players have much better hands than I do, so they would have been more capable of playing out their bad matchups than I was, right? That's one of the theories circulating right now. ASL was spicy. The two top teams were accusing each other of elo sitting. Wow, trash fighting with garbage. That's insane. I joke, obviously. I don't want to be like that disrespectful to people, but I do firmly believe that if you have an ego in IBS, you need to be checked instantaneously. Like, if you have an ego in Plat, you need to be checked. If you have an ego in Diamond, you need to be checked. If you have an ego in Challenger, like, you're kind of a dick, but okay, fine, I guess. Even so, please sit down. Like, I mean, that at least creates content. That's at least entertaining, right? Your ego, I remember you talking about this. All for fun, at least, right? I remember Ben at one point put in BOL chat. It's like, Quinn's the best jungler in the league. I'm like, oh my god, dude, why? Why are you saying this? We do love Joe Barden. Joe Barden's fun, but Joe Barden is the enemy. We have to be mad at Joe Barden. Grr, Joe Barden. I am extremely biased. I know we like Joe Barden. I'm sorry. I know his name is fun. I hate the name Depths of Cornhub, though. Were you wrong to tell your jungler in Clash, don't play Engage jungle when we already have Melio and Sona on the team? You had Melio and Sona. So are you bringing back, like, Season 9 Sona Taric? First of all, gross. Second of all, that's just the amount of cringe that I love. You guys are, like, gold, right? So, Sona mid, Sona top, Sona Melio mid. What's going on here? Explain. I need some more context, because right now I'm leaning yes. I think you were. Can't say. Okay, so
30 seconds until minions spawn.
We are. It was Melio mid. Oh! Alright. Oh, it's a whiffed hook. Wait, what? Something happened here. Something happened. Sure. I'm going to wait to answer that question until you confirm that you are back then, Zeknal. Did you guys know Dream Unforgiven was on the original ill-fated flannel roster? The Veigar on blue team. That was an absolute shit show. But, you know, he gave it his all, and I really appreciated him stepping in. The original flannel roster was like... I mean, it started with a foundation of Psy and... I'm trying to remember. I think it started with a foundation of Psy and Wizrak and Sonic. And the mid laner that we had, who was one of Psy's friends, in week 2 just said, I don't like that we lost. Bye. And just just left the team abruptly. And we're like, the fuck, dude? Like, we don't have any subs. That guy was a dick. I hated that guy. But then we found Dream, who decided to step in, and we made the most of the season. And the season was still, like, a catastrophe, but, like, that's because I put a silver level team into a gold league. Because I didn't have any experience. Like, I didn't know any other leagues other than VAS. It was Victorious Amateur Series, the gold league. So... I basically imagine Flannel Ethereal playing with, like, Plat 4s on the enemy teams. Right. That's what the original Flannel roster was. Down 2 players. Pull things out of your ass. Normal support, flex to mid. Played Melio. Support only knows how to play very simple enchanters. Hold on, we're checking something. Yeah, because people are fighting, right? Darian's been... I'll answer this question as soon as, like, the action... Darian's been picking fights abruptly. They're losing wave control, obviously, because the blue team bot lane heavily outranges. This is expected and normal. Trundle has already started to fight. Jarvan has been full clearing, failing to find anything right now, which is fine. Right? Things are stable. Don't tell me they're going for a dive here. Yeah, this is just Trundle wasting so much time. Raptors are up too. He's taking a very unorthodox clear. Seems unlikely to find... Okay. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be Jarvan's enemy. Ah! Okay, so we have... Every time I try to answer the question, there's just more bloodshed and more action. Arsenal doesn't want to all in this, no? Already gotten this up. Uh-oh. Wait, is it Dead Sivir on Jinx Flash? Oh, it's a fucking Veigar roam! It's chaos. They're just fist fighting. Zeknal, so the double enchanter supports mid, is 9 times out of 10 the foundation of a hypercarry enchanter teamfight comp, which as far as teamfight archetypes go, is reasonably high complexity, because it leans control, and anytime that a comp leans control, it is worse at low levels of play. The usual makeup of something like that would be... Like, the purpose of such a composition would be to take your AD carry and say, AD carry, you are allowed to make plays now. You are allowed to have forward positioning. And then, you know, we'll also draft a secondary carry, usually in the jungle, so we basically have 2 carry enchanter duos, mid-jungle and bot lane. Usually top lane supplements, top lane can be initiation if you need it to be, top lane can be, like, top lane can be... I mean, K'Sante is actually best in slot in most hypercarry enchanter comps for top lane. We also had Teemo top... Yeah, and that's just a very pure anti-carry. Oof. So, yeah, it kind of depends on what you put in jungle. If you guys are gold level, I would usually say that's like... Yeah, having an anti-carry up there complicates things a lot, because then you're running no engage, and... You're running no engage if you want to properly take advantage of your enchanters. You were not wrong on a... Oh, Darian. You were not wrong on a theoretical level to dissuade them from picking engaged junglers. But because you guys are playing at, like, gold level, it would have been difficult to salvage that situation, right? Energetic Dara, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your time with us. So yeah, usually when you're playing a comp like that, that's actually like one of the best Gwen jungle angles in the game. Those don't exist very often. Xin Zhao is very good. Olaf is very good. Graves can work. What else would I usually like to run in that slot? It's always nice when your secondary carry is more of a diver, like skirmisher type thing. Because even though the premise of that archetype is to enable your backline to actually step forward proactively, having a champion designed to be forwards is pretty good. Andy Gwen's using the counter pick well. Ooh, are we good? Alright, perfect. So something's going right. Darian is immediately opting into the based recon setup, right? Despite the initial setback. Alex, good to see you. Things are going well. I mean, we're taking things uber casually tonight, right? So yeah, we end up with... Well, that's also full tank Poppy. I do like that Azeri's involved in that game. It is one of your best chances. But what I would assume happened is that at the level you were playing at, they just had more proactive tools. Like, more means of starting a play, and we obviously can't keep enough space in our mental stacks at this level to, like, read the opponents accurately and, like, play defensively, so. Also, oh jeez, is that Relic Shield? Oh, it's unfinished Spell Thieves! Ah! Ooga booga, Jade. Thank you so much for the Prime. Really appreciate it. Alright, what's the game state? I've been tuned out. Trundle has picked up a number of kills, both in the bot lane. He was the one, like, primarily involved in that. There he gets out, takes some damage, pops the Guardian. Bot lane is bleeding slightly behind on items right now. Thresh has a Moby boot set up, so they are trying to find something outside of this lane. Jarvan is slowly growing. Akali is online if they can use her for Herald skirmishes. But to actually use that strength, they're going to have to find a way to get Rakan out and, like, bring everybody up, because, like, this stalemate mid lane is hard to break. Akali's not under any threat. They're just trying to confirm Shen's crash so that this 2v2 doesn't occur, right? Yeah. Did a presentation for a community panel. Cool! That sounds interesting. Sounds like a good time, kind of. I mean, it's different, right? Darian, if you try to pick a fight here, I hate you. He always tries to pick a fight. We know he's going to. They're playing with a champion that basically, like... What is the skill bracket? This is also gold level. This is VAD, the lower division, so this is going to be, like, high silver to high gold is, like, the general range. Anyone should get out of this, no problem. Oh, never mind. We don't have the E cooldown, and we get killed waiting for the R2 to come up. Huh. All sums up here. Okay, this is heavily telegraphed. We're spending time on the... I mean, okay. I mean, I don't hate it. Shen commits ulti. Victor has to flash out. I mean, it looks like we couldn't decide whether to commit right away or whether to stall and wait for the wave to get crashed in. So the play got a little bit disjointed, but it burned resources at an overall low cost to the Hounds. I mean, they lose heal, ignite, Victor flash. They don't get Jinx flash. They get... Yeah, I don't know how I feel. Right. Hi, Gurf. It's so nice to see you. We're just chilling. We're just very casually, like, continuing our study on draft leagues. Andy Gwen is dead this time for sure. No ultimate, no anything. Just, yeah. Damn. It just gets locked here. Like, good, then bad, then good, then, yeah, you know, like the cycle. But right now, oh my goodness, this is one of the most intense upswings of my entire life. We are figuring out so much. We are slowing down production on some of the YouTube stuff. We are slowing down some of the Twitch stuff for short term, but, like, in exchange, I'm getting so much knowledge on how I am. It's insane. Like... Joe Barden. Okay, both flashes. Three flashes on carries is good. Continuing the play after 3 flashes is a little bit questionable. So, actually, this... In terms of early game, right? In terms of early game, we are looking at a difficult position for the grid off the Hounds. I was gonna say it could just abruptly become their first loss of the split, but then of course, fights just keep breaking out, right? Everybody in the ASL right now, people playing on Flannel Ethereal, is this roughly like the combat pacing that you get in your games these days? Darian! Okay, so It's a good thing Joe Biden has the same dexterity as the real Joe Biden, because otherwise Darian would be dead for free. That's insanity. Look at him. So sometimes it's okay. I'm just trying to now gain an understanding of, like, is this a symptom of this being like the 7th game this team has ever played together, right? Is this a symptom of just the fact that these are not truly established, coordinated teams? Like, anecdotally, between VRD last split and BOL Platinum this split, the level of macro is noticeably different, right? Goodbye, Andy Gwen. Good escape. And then we taunt. Yeah, see, that's the interaction we were talking about. Like, the one that should, on paper, be very Thresh favored, but, in reality isn't. And, like, I made the same mistake in believing the matchup swung for Thresh as well. Like, I made that mistake, like, a month ago. Very recently, right? Yeah. Where, in reality, that one interaction that Rakan wins heavily... Or, sorry, that one interaction that Thresh wins heavily, requires Rakan to have no surprise. If Rakan is doing it from max range on Vision, Thresh can always land it, of course. But then the rest of the interactions, like Thresh is never landing a raw hook on Rakan. Rakan should always be able to dash away on Thresh's hook windup, following a Flay with Glacial, as long as the AD carry is positioned properly, and then it can become a mind game. Like, you know, it's not super polarizing in either direction. Yeah. Trundle's been doing a lot. Trundle has really been like the actual. What's the how are Grizzlies doing in this league? What kind of team? I should have checked before we went in. What kind of team are we dealing with here? We are dealing with a 3-3 third place team. That's those are the Grizzlies. Okay. A 2v2 that on paper this should be the highest chance of Grizzlies winning it, like on these items, right? And wow, in practice, it's actually... Because I just took a peek. I'm like, okay, Shen is on Heartsteel, and Trundle, who should win the 1v1 against Jarvan, is very accelerated, even though Akali should always be better at skirmishing directly like this than the Shen, like in these small exchanges. Yeehaw! I love that Luigi so much. Yeehaw! Outlaws only. Nah, Ducks supremacy. We're Ducks fans in this house. Nobody took the Ducks logo this year. It's so sad. I don't want to think about the Dragons logo ever again, so I'm glad no one took that one, but... Yeah, can you believe it, guys? The only time I've participated in a draft league twice. Exactly twice. One time I placed last. The other time I placed first. Like... 50% win rate, baby! Yeah! Woo! Alright, do you want to focus on the game again? We've got an objective spawning. We've got Mountain Drake spawning in 14. We've got the Hounds with a reasonably good setup on the... I mean, they're here first. They've got some waves pushing. They should be stronger on item completion. Especially in support. Wow. I go all the way or I crash and burn, baby. Shen TPing in, Akali still hot. I mean, is that necessary? I mean, Shen has ultimate in 3 seconds? 2? Yeah, 3 seconds. So, okay, now here comes the Akali. Victor split up. This is not a team that plays on multiple flanks. Like, this really... The only one who should be flanking is the Akali, and she's already setting it up. Okay, so... No, we're assuming flank team fight isn't too complex here. Well, the Jarvan ult ended up separating people, but it didn't end up, like... It didn't have that oomph behind it, you know? And now I'm concerned. Like, Sivir's in an awkward spot. I think we can keep her alive. Okay, let's, I'm not allowed to spend too much time rewinding because, like, we have to watch these live, but I do want to watch that one more time just to, like, really get a sense for this. So, like, look, right? Jarvan focuses on just boxing the Jinx. Despite the fact that, I mean, I think he has, like... I think he has his flag and drag by the time that occurs, right? Because he just gets hooked in, right? Yeah, so he has flag and drag. So what he can do is, like, if he centers in on Veigar, he can box everybody, bounce out, play, like, with his teammates, right? Although I guess he's really not got that much time. Yeah, it's like the baby flag and drag. Okay, so that's what ends up happening to him. Shen is kind of walling out here. We have a really awkward 2 flanks. How does Sivir even get in the middle of everybody? How did Sivir get in the middle of everybody? Oh, Thresh Hook. Alright, Joe Barden's cracked, but fortunately, it doesn't matter if, like, there was a small optimization to be made for the Jarvan. Ultimately, like, all the carries were freezing in here, and Akali had a good setup in the flank. And, okay. So we're going to speed this up. We're going to kind of let it catch up now. Small heart attack at that speed, but... No! I'm such a hater of this build, like... Veigar had such good durability options before. The tier has never been necessary. Like, the Roa pivot in the wake of Everfrost being weak, I like. But, like, I do not believe that in the general case, Roa Seraph's Void for Veigar is better than, like, Roa Deathcap Anathemas. Something like that. You're not saving him. So, okay, my 1-game sample size vibe that I'm getting, which is not enough to draw a conclusion. My 1-game sample size vibe is that it is messy as hell. The game quality is, like, all over the place. But the Hounds are... the Hounds are playing a small enough champion pool that they really know how to pilot their champs in team fights. That's currently the vibe that I'm getting. This is Psychosis induced, but who can we tag? Yeah, I just don't like it. I'm not a fan. Plus, it's not even online yet, and it's completed. When we could have delayed it for, like, Lucidity Boots or something. Right. But here I am criticizing itemization when, like, ultimately, itemization... I mean, I've had to accept this, right? It felt hard to accept this, because Again, I performed in comp solely off of being an over-analytical player, but the reality is, these itemization decisions don't matter to that extent. And so it doesn't matter that an optimization can be made on Vhagar's builds, because, like, there are more pressing optimizations to be made, right? Like, for instance... Really frustrating to realize that, like, what's essentially your entire view on the game is kind of not rooted in reality of the elo, right? Alright, what do we got? Dragon of 55. Are the Hounds able to set up again? They have a 2,000 gold lead, which has manifested as ultimately an item advantage for a Kali, and that seems like pretty much it. Well, an item advantage for Rakan too. Yeah, the only, like, direct item advantages are... I mean, there's a pickaxe advantage on Sivir too. No, they are playing a long series of round robins. So we are going to keep watching the Hounds after this, but they will not be playing against the Grizzlies. I think he's fuming right now. I can hear Darian's voice in my head. Just... GP support, Spectral Sickle. Kind of cool. Okay, so the Hounds are actually saying, well, we've lost all position around the Drake, but what if we took position around the Baron and just started DPSing it? We have a Kraken champ. I do not think they're going to be fast enough to make a burn play. It'll ultimately have to be a turn play with position, as far as I can tell. Rakan is not going to be there fast enough, so it's kind of hard. It's kind of scary. I think the Grizzlies get here, like, just in time. Oh, it's going to be a 50-50. It's going to be a flip. It's going to be a flip. It had to be a turn call. Oh, no. Sivir's too low to fight. Did we peel everyone? Okay, we peeled the remaining members here. We S-keyed and died for it. Ooh, we made the wrong decision around Baron. I don't think it was the wrong decision inherently to run over there. It was a plan that could be executed, but they thought they had the time and the DPS to burn, but they didn't. Just like that, their advantage is gone, like, completely.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Do we think a fasting Senna GP bot lane would function? I'm leaning no, but I think it probably would not. Theory, right, but Yasuo also does much better with raw gold than GP does. GP actually needs the experience. Uh-oh. Dead Sivir. We're just getting caught so much. Alright, Gareth, see you later. Thanks for stopping in. Anything can function. Okay, yeah, anything can function if you just, like, dramatically outskill your opponent. Sure. But... Yeah, it's kind of looking like an L for the Hounds. Wow, undefeated no longer. Oh, unless. They got Shen ult up. Joe Barden is the enemy, therefore you cannot win. Is that it? Well, the Grizzlies actually just got Joe Barden. Joe Barden got traded after last week's games. They swapped Joe Barden for Veigar or Feed. It's the only trade that's actually occurred in the entire league. Sleepy Joe slept all over them. Oh yeah. Actually, the only reason I kept track of it is because he actually came from Nocturnals, who are one of the teams that I'm following. Uh-oh! Here comes Thresh in the middle of everybody! Is Sivir free hitting? Sivir's in a bit of an awkward position. They have to rotate her out. They have to rotate her deeper into the back line. Okay, it's actually playable, perhaps. It's really hard with the health bars of everyone in front of Sivir, though, so I think she will struggle. Sleepy fucking Joe. I don't know, I'm not paying enough attention to actually answer these. The end of it is, though, that the Hounds got picked and caught a lot. Like, a lot. And so, unfortunately, they lose their undefeated record. This is their first non-3-0 week. Okay. We have to wait for the next opponent. Their next opponent is going to be the Crusaders. And, okay, now we don't have to wait for anything. Sleepy fucking Joe! Let's go! Joe Barden! Yeah! What an incredible name, honestly. Usually I would be buying this orb already, but like they actually have a chroma for something I want this time, so I have to wait. NT. Flash of Insight and Path of Champions got the what? Sunk cost! No! Not sunk cost! Oh, the Poppy one. Dude, sunk cost is one of the stupidest cards in the entire game. It's so dumb. Did you guys know there's a lore history fact for you guys? well before I started playing ranked, one of the most dominant decks was Ari Kennen. Now, Ari Kennen was 37 Ionia cards, and 3 of just whatever you wanted. So some people decided, because the deck is so incredible, they were going to run 3 copies of Sunk Cost. So it was Ari Kennen Bilgewater, like just for Sunk Cost. Sunk Cost is one of the worst cards in the game. However, because the deck was so dominant, and because that was the only context in which we ever saw Sunk Cost, it meant that Sunk Cost was, for a time, the highest win rate card in the entire game. Which is so funny to me. Okay, so it looks like they have their usual mid laner back. Now, this is me coming in and sharing my opinion inappropriately without enough context, so I want you guys to keep that in mind. But I don't like seeing Darien in, like, weak laning bot lanes because he is susceptible to exactly what we just saw. Right? You know what? While we wait for this, I'm gonna go make myself some juice. I'm gonna get myself some sugars. So, yeah, I'll be right back. juice. She sunk on my cost. I hate you. I hate you. That's bad. Oh, I've been pinged. The Zeknol comp that we were talking about earlier, the enemy hacker didn't have smite. That's so sad. Wait, CLG too? I only knew about TSM. What the hell happened to CLG? What do you mean? Wow. That's insanity. I can't believe that. What? Yeah, I'm trying to find something about it on Twitter, but... Yeah, there it is. Sources. CLG sold, mass layoffs, brand's future uncertain. What? And Azael says, so many investors' brands seem to be pulling back from esports in general. A lot of people have been expecting for a while with how overinflated salaries and operating costs have gotten. A lot of teams will pull back on salaries pretty massively, which is fair. It's pretty crazy when we take into consideration LCS was the second most profitable league in the world this year behind LPL. That's intense. That's ridiculous. Who's gonna replace them? All right. If you bring in a jersey of another... Hey, I've got 2 C9 shirts. I could swap one. Do you know how happy I am right now, guys? For the last, like, 2-3 years, the 2 teams I've wanted to support were C9 and FlyQuest. And now look how they're both doing. Like, it's nuts. This is super good for me. Alright, how much do you want to bet Darian's playing lore right now? Yeah, they literally got all, like, so many of their fans just off of their environmentalist image. Like, that made me want to support them right away. That was fun. I liked that a lot. Where's the other team? Who are we playing? Oh! Oh, this is Night Train's team. Night Train's been really, really active in VDS chat. I need to become more active. Okay, we're finally getting our draft link. Let's go. What happened? Ruined King music is so good! I enjoyed that game so much. I wish I hadn't played it over such a long period of time. Hey, chat, completely unrelated question, but I'm trying to decide what my next competitive game is going to be. What was supposed to happen is that I was supposed to hit Masters in Runeterra, then do another playthrough vote, then play Tears of the Kingdom. But it looks like it's going to take me the entire month to hit Masters in Runeterra. Like, we already missed my original goal of hitting Masters last season, so suspect. So we're going to skip straight to Tears of the Kingdom when that releases, like, after Runeterra. That's the plan. And then after that, so I want to do something that takes intuition, right? I want to do something that develops my intuitive skills. Check Discord. CLC. Here, I'll put that up. Yeah, so I wanted to play a competitive game that would test my intuitive skills. So there are 3 categories of things that I was going to start a vote on. And yes, fighting game is one of the options you can vote on. It will be either a fighting game, a secondary MOBA, or speedrunning. And then we could choose the specifics once we've figured out which category we're going to go with. And I still don't know what we're going to do, like, if we're going to do that immediately after Tears of the Kingdom. We probably will. We might. I don't know for sure. I mean, I don't know. I'm still trying to work things out with how I spend my time, you know? Speedrunning is hard. It is hard, but, like, that's kind of the point, right? I mean, learning the entire process is... I mean, because you don't just start and you don't just do a run, right? You don't, like, immediately trial by fire it. I think the process of learning how to speedrun could be... And that's the point, though. That's the point. I need to develop an understanding of how to build my muscle memory. Fighting games take a lot of muscle memory, too. It's just, like, the intuitive side. I have a video coming out, like, I'm writing the script right now, about Hades, and it's very related to that concept. Super. Oh my god, guys, the first 4 paragraphs, banger. I love how it's coming together. I can't talk too much about it because I don't want to spoil everything, but... Yeah, I mean, like, Hollow Knight is on the list for something I might end up doing. Right. Because I've already played through that game casually with you guys, and that would be enjoyable to revisit. We all kind of sprinted it. Oh wait, Amianki is Depths of Cornhub. Why would she... Fascinating. Yeah, and so actually here, I'm going to leak some stuff. I have a list of stuff in admin's chat, which is stuff that I was considering going on the next playthrough poll. And this is not... Now, because I'm leaking it now, you must acknowledge that this is not a guarantee that these are going to become options, especially since we were supposed to vote on these like a month ago and we didn't get the opportunity to, right? But I was kind of considering playing, I mean, Pokemon Red was on the last playthrough vote and almost won but didn't, so I was going to go on again. And I was considering a blind playthrough of Fallout New Vegas, The Sims 3 with extreme chat interaction, like you guys decide all the plot points. Bloodborne was an option. Skyrim VR was an option. Metroid Dread was an option. Looks like they're just about ready to get started. I don't know. What if I started that vote, like, right now? The next competitive game. No, it's too early for me to start it. It's too early for me to start a vote. I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, when I say intuition, I more mean, like, System 1 thinking. Or is it mode? I think it's either mode 1 or System 1. That was the terminology used. Like, the immediate, like... You know, it's not analytical, it's execution-based. Like, it's muscle memory, it's instinctive reactions, it's, like, the effortless... Not effortless, but, like... Not subconscious... you know what I mean, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, the core A, exactly. Which, like... Banger video. Incredible video. Like... There's some really good stuff in there. Now, I think it'd be really funny if I did a Wild Rift climb, actually. Wait, missed call. From who? From an area code I do not recognize, so it's... nonsense. Guys, it's gorgeous out. It was like 14 degrees today. I haven't seen it that high in such a long time. I didn't have to get all bundled up. Okay, Crusaders are ready. We're waiting for Hounds to click ready. There we go. Okay. Boom! We're in draft! Let's go! We have an immediate Hecarim ban away from Night Train. Now, I wonder if people have kind of clued in to good anti-Hounds bans. Right. Canadians wearing shorts at any time. Watch. Ew. That sucks. Yeah, no, it looks like Jarvan's just never getting through anymore. Well, the last set of bans were, what, Annie, Xayah... Xayah Gwen. That was the last set of bans. Rek'Sai is banned. So we're hard targeting... Yeah, we are hard targeting a jungle on the Crusader side. Andy Gwen is not allowed to have Gwen, which is fair. There's jeans and a light hoodie in sub-freezing weather. Yeah, I don't get it. I see people... I used to be friends with somebody who, like, wore shorts in, like, -6 Celsius. Which for Americans, that's under freezing. We have Belveth bans too, so that is like exclusively jungle bans going over to Crusaders, which is very interesting, which almost insinuates that Hounds are... I mean, Hounds are probably mind picking Annie if it gets through here, right? Like... Yucky metric units. And Fiora's gone, so... What do we do? 14 is... Xayah B1. Blech. 14 is 7 degrees. Hi, Paradox. In freedom units. Okay, so wow, guys, it's Xayah Kaisa. Oh boy, super exciting. Crusaders are already showing their hand to be a little bit aggressive inherently. Hounds have a greater pivot available to them, but We'll see how this goes. It is fun. It's not a bad matchup. It's just I hate it when we go back to an 80 carry meta that is just like an existing meta, right? Do I only do well? The Riot Games like music is like absolutely 100% guaranteed not hitting you in any copyright system. So that's usually why I have it on. Rakan Gragas. That would be kind of based, actually. I mean, Darian has showed that he plays, like, a shit ton of Rakan, so we're almost surely getting it. Yep, there it is. And there's the Annie that gets through to 3, so that's kind of cool. Although it does not have the flex potential, even so, it is a consistently useful thing to play off of. You don't like killing Annie flex? Again, Paradox, like this is so hard to grapple with for me. This is so hard to grapple with for me. It drives me insane every time. It drives me insane. So, in reality, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter one bit. It's fine. We can put Annie in a slightly negative matchup, and it will still be very consistently like the driving force that a team at this level needs and benefits from. Well, we don't know... Wait a minute. Hang on. That could be a proactive, like, Swain mid, and then that's, like, the Doomsday Annie scenario. Hang on. Wait a minute. Have we counterpicked ourselves? Wait a minute. Are we doomed? Yeah, so then we would kind of have to have Wukong playing, like, coverage on the Swain mid lane if that's what they end up going for. But, I mean, like, we haven't committed to anything yet on Crusaders, so... Like, guys, you should see how theoretically... Vex, okay. Do I think there's any flex potential with Wukong top? Well, the issue with Wukong top historically is that he didn't really give any value if he wasn't hard snowballing. I do think there's flex potential. Like, I think you can use him as a counter pick. And if it does end up snowballing, like, it's kind of saucy, right? I just don't know what those matchups would be. Yax Yone. It could be any time. It actually still could be, yeah. I think with what Amiyanki has played before, though, it is unlikely that it is Annie top. Well, guys, you heard it here first. Vex top, Cho'Gath support, Swain mid. Yeah. No, but seriously, Cho Swain bot based. Wait, what did we predict, Stacklow? Alright, start your game. Start your game. Oh, just me joking shows it. Yeah. No, I mean, like, I looked into it. I'm not... I think Cho'Gath Pentaflex would be really funny. But... I have not seen it occur. Darian, what are you doing? Okay. Merc treads look a little OP on blue side. Yeah, I mean, we have Swain. We have. Okay, slight disagree. I slightly disagree. The only thing we really care about tenacity-wise is Vexsphere. Yeah, but you know what hurts even more and is significantly funnier? Negatron Cloak on everybody! That is the much funnier outcome. Alright, no more Zed theme from Season 2. We're done with that. Okay, so we've got Darien in another reasonably defensive passive lane, which is not a playstyle match. But at the very least, Hounds still have like a mid-jungle duo that can kind of drive the game forwards and use Rakan's power later. And yeah. And Scion mid, first item Fawn into Syndra. Yeah, no, that's devastating. I love the rise of tank mids. I've been picking tank mids forever. Like in season 9 or something, I was like a Scion mid and a Katarina enjoyer. Like it's like, oh, you want to roam? Oh, too bad. I have wave clear. Alexis, welcome to the stream. This is the VAD, so Victorious Amateur Draft. It is roughly low platinum to high silver. Right. So it's not very high level, but we're doing a study on draft leagues, so it's very valuable to watch in that sense, right? I do remember the Kench mid. I remember when Kench mid was actually like a fringe meta pick. Like, I kind of miss it, to be honest. Koi, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah. No, I like studying every level, to be honest. I think there's a lot of like most of the educational content in League is like geared towards immediately getting to work like to the top level. And like I don't want to say like forgets to, but kind of like neglects certain pieces of the journey, like the common journey, or kind of neglects how to make things work at like messier levels of play. Like it, I'm kind of rambling, but right. Cinder mid says jungle, so the Scion just sits there, becomes immovable. Like that's so funny. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, because like one of the themes in like my own, I don't know if it's the next video or like one of the ones right after that, but like one of the themes in my own journey too was like, you know, people push like you have to do this to improve, you need to do that to improve, like you need to be taking responsibility for everything. You need to be like grinding. You need to be reviewing all of your stuff. And I'm like, I know, like this is true. I need to review stuff. I need to get better. But like it also like doesn't factor in where the person may be in terms of like mental state. And it's like no one ever says like it's okay to be like in a position where you can't squeeze every ounce of learning out of every game, right? Like, and I don't know. There's like some themes that I'm gonna be exploring like that coming up. Because like it's true, if you want to optimize your chances of climbing, like you have to take responsibility for everything. But like certain types of people hear that and they take responsibility for too much and they break themselves. Like, and it just kind of sucks, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like it's ridiculous. Like you always start underperforming as soon as you start incorporating new things to learn, right? Like it's just how it is. Like mental stacks, man, they're a problem. 1 minute until the game starts. We'll see if they can recover from the tilt of everybody getting caught in the last match. Time to play Pike and Path of... Do they even give you enough lurkers to function, by the way? Like... I don't know. I always found it uncomfortable to try to play lurk decks in Path of Champions, but maybe that's just a skill issue. Probably is a skill issue, to be honest. I'm actually kind of surprised that Darian's not fishing for more Pike games or something like that, or just like Giga aggro. I mean, actually, I don't even know if he plays Pike these days. It's a playstyle match if he does, but gameplay levels and layers. I feel like I could probably intuit what the concept is, but it's not something that gets talked about a lot in League of Legends spaces. So no, I don't know off the top of my head what it is. Sounds like a concept I'd be excited about, though. It actually almost sounds like something that I was probably going to attempt to develop myself. Like, are they the only ones who bring it up? Yeah, like, it's that's why I love diversifying my portfolio. Why I'm like exploring card games really deeply right now. Why I want to explore the FGC later. Why I want to explore shooters later. Why I want to explore like alternate MOBAs later. Because like different communities create different concepts, which get like they're really, really transferable, and the League of Legends community just like doesn't. Probably because it's so hard to get to a level where those concepts actually start to matter. But chess is best. Yeah, I was gonna try chess and I was gonna try TFT, and I need to stop getting ahead of myself. Like, all right, hit that button. We have a Cloud Drake coming up first. We have Swain support. We have Vex. We have a lot of chaos picks this game. And again, for everyone just coming in between matches, we are live viewing these like very casually. I was an analyst on the VTS, which was like a Masters Capped League, and I just don't feel like expending that level of effort when I'm just kind of getting back into this sort of thing. Because I'm learning in this period, you don't always need to exert 100% effort on something to gain value out of it. Right. Sometimes gaining some value is better than gaining no value. I am surprised to not see Electrocute. I would agree with you. Yeah, anything else that's weird? We have normal lethal tempo on Yone, Cho'Gath indicating that he's going for a tank style, Conk Fi, Conk Wukong, First Strike Annie, DH Vex, lethal Zaya, Guardian Rakan, lethal Kaisa is a little odd, but... Shh, that's our little secret. Back to the Annie point, though, like, just now that I'm thinking about it, now that we're bringing up flex picks and stuff, like, the reason that I, as somebody who spent, like, 3 years of my life, like, really honing in on the analytics and really, like, trying to understand draft and stuff and all that, I'm now suddenly saying, like, I don't think it matters too much, like, I'm devaluing drafts, like, even though I don't want to, is because, like, you know, my team is drafted, my team is trying a thing where I'm no longer primary drafter, just so we can try, like, some other concepts that I would never dream of trying, because it goes against every fiber of my being and what I understand. Our drafts are theoretically like dog water these days, but despite that, at the level of play we're at, they get results. Like, So, like, bad ones can still work. I mean, like, so... The coach we're working with is, like, a very, very, very intuitive player. Like, not analytical whatsoever. Like, he's masters promos, like, solely on games played rather than full studying, right? So, like, we're trying that approach because it's a completely foreign approach to me, and I need to understand that approach, right? Like, I need to understand... Like, because if that perspective is what actually gets you through lower ranks, then it's necessary to know, right? Yeah, like just what feels good, what feels good rather than what, like, is optimal, right? Unironically, Flash Auto kills Rakan with red buff. Yeah, unfortunate. But good, because we're cheering for blue. It feels awesome. We are not unbiased casters in this house. I would agree. Like, literally, the only reason I hit the level that I was at was because of my analytics. But, like, and why I misunderstood how people, like, generally hit the rank that they're at. Like, my rank is low. I mean, my peak is, like, D3. Like, my rank is low. But... But I only got there because of my brain, not because of my hands. Like, I got there with a different approach than most other people climb with. It's just my approach in a vacuum had a plateau, right? So yeah, some people learn faster, like, just by playing games. And some people learn faster by, like, taking one game and, like, reviewing it for a ton of concepts. And, like, I mean, the way I did it, it turns me into a good analyst. Yeah, like, one thing goes wrong, and then I can watch back the game, and I can flesh out a very, very, very detailed concept out of, like, just a 1 or 2 game sample size, like, backed up by the rest of my knowledge. And, like, that's a huge skill. But then the weakness of that approach is it is so difficult for me to access any of that knowledge in the moment under time constraints, and so it inherently limits me as a player, right? Like, you've been told that you can... I think I can vibe with that perspective. Like, see, like, my concern is a little bit that, like, my purely intuitive coach is almost swinging us too hard in his direction. And that might be why I'm having, like, all this cognitive dissonance where things, like, just don't make sense and, like, it's contradicting things I thought I understood and... Oh, this looks like it's... You don't have any follow-up. This looks... Ooh. You kind of devalue pure micro if they don't know what the word macro means. So, I mean, there's a difference between pure micro and, like, micro decision making. Like, it is true that one of the earliest things you should learn is, like, how your wave management works, how your lane works, how the matchups on your champion works, right? Like, you like Theory too much, which is funny. You're an ape who plays Juggernaut. Yeah, exactly. You don't think they know how to play the game? They just know how to... Well, I mean, because, like, that works, though, is the thing. Like, it objectively works. And as we have this example up here, where it's like there's some players that are 100% hands and masters. Like, hands, no brain. The experience that I'm having, at least in, like, Legends of Runeterra right now, is, like... You don't need to full... And I think it does apply to other games, and, like, that hands and masters example would kind of imply it works here, too, is... If you climb on your champion, and you understand your champion, all the way up to, like, master tier or something, then... Or, like, grandmaster tier or something, like, that's when the game begins. That's when, because you have such a strong foundation on how your champion works, and how, like, that's... Like, you've built up the mental stack necessary to... pilot your champ at that level, and you've built up, like, the base concepts that work for you, and how, like, your brain works at that level. Like, at that point, you can start diversifying into all the other concepts. It's like, learn the champ, get up there, learn the game, come back down, right? Like, this... That's how you got to GM and yeah. So that's the thing. Like so you and I and all of the other like analytics players like us can say back and forth. It's like, well, I don't think like it's optimal to climb that way, and like maybe it's not, and maybe because of the way we think, like we would always inherently struggle like that. But the reality is, it works. Like. And the reality is, it might be easier. Like. And if it's easier, saving some of your efforts, like, is not a cardinal sin. Like, does Arsenal live? Does Arsenal live? Ah! No! That was so close. Is anti-flash R? What? Oh, it's going on, Kaisa. It's going on. I thought for sure she'd go for like the. Okay, that's a fine way to play it. It's just not the one that I thought of like immediately off my head, right? Some card games decks can be so different. People can be proficient. They cheat certain fundamentals. They will lack heavily if they change decks. Yes, that's true. That could be a problem, right? Oh, macro. Like, I'm playing like exclusively one control archetype at the like my approach to Legends of Runeterra was develop all my fundamentals on my favorite style of control. Develop fundamentals on aggro, then mid-range, then loop back to control for the season resets, and then, like, bring it all together so I could, like, really... Like, I got all the fundamentals down, now it's time to, like, one trick and just grind my deck, right? And, like, the VOD reviews slow down at this point, the analytics slow down at this point. It is raw matchup experience now, like, and I will lose some of that if I change decks, but at least, like, in developing matchup experience, I'm getting a greater understanding of the game around me, and the relearning process might be easier, and... Right, stuff like that. Like, these concepts are so interesting to me, and it's so cool. It's so cool to me that my concepts of what works were being challenged to this degree. And, like, yeah, it did kind of, like... The people trying to teach me how to access the intuitive side of my brain a little more, like, did cause some confusion because I think they failed to understand how the analytic approach to climbing, like, could work. And, like, I did borderline have a breakdown, like, let's be real. It's cool. It's very cool. Yeah, appears to be the Giant's Belt. Don't hate it. I think he's a good candidate for it. Swain itemization is deep, complex, lots of options, so I'm not going to criticize something before I've, like, gone in depth on it, right? I think he was listed in the candidates on my Rylai's Rush video. So. Is that Heartsteel show in a vulnerable tank versus carry matchup? Okay, we've been talking about, like, these concepts so much that, like, I should tune into the game a little bit more. It looks like the Hounds are moving themselves around the map as more of a unit than they were last game when everyone was just getting caught out and they were scattered, so that's good. A funny art. Yeah, but Iceborne Cho is so based. Or Rod of Ages Cho, like, or... No Black Cleaver. Did Vi's changes go through yet, or is that a 13-7 thing? Because she's getting, like, I mean, like, low-key, Sunderer builds are fine, especially for this level of play, like... Not a huge fan of his first item versus so much more. Yeah, I'm isolating into the context of just his matchup. Like, I'm just looking at the Cho'Gath Yone and I'm saying, haha, funny slow, but... I'm just trying to, I'm trying to find the answer just because I don't think, like, Tank Cho'Gath is the strongest version of Cho'Gath. Oh, bye, Annie. That's next patch, okay. Next patch, my bad, guys. Yeah, like, obviously it wouldn't really... I guess it kind of comes down to, then, like, is Heartsteel doing anything to Xayah? If IBG isn't doing anything to, like, Rakan, and he's not expected to be hitting Xayah, then is there any Heartsteel value either? No, I think I'm kind of just a full Roa enthusiast at this point, then, right? Oh, you meant Rylai Swain. Rylai Swain. I see. I think an argument exists off the range of Blue's comp alone. And the fact that they do have a ton of pieces that have to commit forwards. I guess we have to compare it against Zhonya's. We have to compare it against Liandry's. We have to compare it against... I mean, Swain's like Mage Bard. There's too much. Locket Redemption Shot. You know, I always really do undervalue Locket in solo lanes. I've been building it on Sedge Jungle a little bit, but... Uh-oh. 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 Let's see. Isn't Iceborne for Cho here just good? I mean, I still don't think he's expected to hit everybody. With Everfrost, my only issue with Everfrost is, like, I think Everfrost is amazing on nuker-style Cho builds, but, like, if you're drafting him in the top lane, the expectation probably isn't that you want him as a nuker, right? Maybe you do for Vex. Maybe there's some single target blow up stuff I'm missing. Anyway, we have a team fight. A lot of people are dying. Cho'Gath has showed up and just started wreaking havoc. As it turns out, Heartsteel does get value when everybody's just kind of in range, you know? It's alright just from good stats. Yeah, I don't know. It's... Everfrost is such a weird item. Like, it's so bad in some cases and so good in others. Like, it's... We have a whiffed Rakan Q on a knocked up target. Darian! So tragic. Yeah, exactly. I just like, and you know, again, this is also why I have to get it through my head that just because I'm a player who really valued itemization doesn't mean that itemization is the be-all end-all at this level of play. Because again, yes, Heartsteel Cho'Gath should instantaneously lose to Yone, but Yone did not rush Bork, which would be the natural counter to that Heartsteel. Excuse me, to that Heartsteel. So. Huh? Oh, we're having a good time. Oh, we've lost 6. Okay. Yeah, that was just tragic. If Xayah had Kraken, she wouldn't have wasted kills.
Red team has slain the dragon.
Yeah, exactly. That's the issue. Like, Well, I wouldn't say that's the issue. It's just I misprioritized my time. Like, I probably... If I prioritized differently, like... this is not the time for what-ifs, though. Comfort and execution on the champion that you're playing when the games are not going to be clean ultimately does more than any theoretical setup phase concepts, right? When is it time for what ifs? 3 o'clock in the morning at a slumber party. Or 4 o'clock in the morning on a pier. Those are... Oh, shit. Alright. Guess we have to do what ifs now. When you're on League. What if you only had 3 blades? What if you had 4? What if you could just keep buying Doran's blades and they all occupied 1 slot in your inventory? Yeah. And you could just get like plus 80 HP, plus 80, plus 80, plus 80, plus 80. Your entire build is Doran's blades. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually a playstyle match for my team, and we're just terrible enough that it could work, so... Bring me back to 3 Doran's Ring Nautilus. Give me that. I want that back. I mean, the games are just boiling down to catches at this point, no? Yeah, I think I made a mistake in my levels of play study with assuming that the level increased faster than it truly does. I think I did make a mistake. Damn. Yeah, like for example, like in early Flannel Ethereal, Trainer rushing Heartsteel on set and just completely gimping his ability to carry the game. When, like, it is very clear that a Setsu does not run out of damage. Like, you can even still build Heartsteel second if you're in, like, IBS level play, right? It's fine. General ranks of the same division mean even less now. Also true. I mean, yeah, maybe my perspective might have been more correct, like, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, but I didn't develop the system 4 or 5 years ago. I developed it now, and so if it's just wrong for now, then... Chaos theory, right? Like, yeah, and that's actually like the entire basis of strategy in like amateur IBS too. Like I was telling my teams who are playing at that level, it's like draft an initiator and never bet on one person being your carry. Like, we are setting ourselves up entirely for like to capitalize on random picks and random team fights. Like, did that Blade Caller miss? I mean, Swain is isolated, and we should be trying to play off of that, but there we go. Wukong. Ah, I see, I see. See, at some point, I'm probably going to use games like this to like really refine my teamfight awareness, but so much to track. We forgive ourselves for struggling to track sometimes, right? Mel, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Really appreciate it. Welcome back to the Quinn. first thoughts on this game? Well, I mean, most of the game was spent just talking about our funny concepts, so I kind of tuned out, if I'm being honest, but, like, it did seem to boil down to just, like... I mean, someone decided to throw down and the entire game threw down, right? Or somebody got caught and it's like, perfect! Like, game exploded off this catch, and... so... Oh, that's not the right button at all. 1 month until you're 2 years old. That's so exciting! Yeah, no, this is my 4x3 screen. So if I'm trying to set up like capture card stuff on here, if I see any pixel of green, I know I've done it wrong. But if I click it by accident, it's just green. So check damage. We have 23k from the Yone. Yeah, here we are. I'm glad I could ruin your viewing experience. Just. This is actually why I liked having an analyst desk position, because like there was never any pressure for me to react to anything live. I could watch the team fight like 2-3 times, really like wrap my head around what happened. Right. Rakan damage more than Swain. Oh, I mean Darian has the based builds, right? The Dark Seal incorporated into here, going into heavy AP. Well, I saw a single Vex combo that game. That's what happened to Vex. Oh, please don't tell... I should have checked. This motherfucker. There's damage. This creature. Hold on. 1 second. We can actually get that information without going into the replay. Isn't this nice? we're just... I mean, I could do a better job at paying attention to the games and we would probably get more value out of it, but at the same time, it's so nice to just have a conversation about something. Yeah. Okay, so now we have to wait for game 3. I don't know when it's going to come up. We have, what's on the master sheet? Hounds versus Falcons. So, yeah, as I said at the beginning, unfortunately the Hounds are playing against 3 teams that we're not tracking throughout this league. Let's talk about the price of gold in the global marketplace. Yeah, I have so many opinions on that. I'm so well informed. How's everyone else doing? How are the other teams? How's Sonic doing tonight? How are the Unicorns doing? Let's see. Oh my god, the Vipers won a game. I don't believe it. The Vipers won a game. This was like... I mean, this is one of the teams that we're following for this study, and they were bottom of their league. They were bottom of VRD. And they won. Huge. Unicorns won a game too. That's pretty huge. So Sonic is... I don't care. Sonic is playing Nautilus. And I guess second Unicorns game hasn't finished yet. Okay, let me catch up on everything. Let's talk about the best champ in the game, Bard. 5. What's my thought on Heimer as a 5-way flex? A 5-way flex. No, that Heimer jungle. I do think Heimer's a little bit underrated in non-support lanes. But I also think wait, is that a real opinion? Hang on. No, that's not a real opinion at all. I was about to say the lower you go, the harder it is to use him like that. But that's because I was just assuming that doing so would create control archetypes that are harder to execute on at low levels. But no, Heimerdinger does not inherently make you control. And so, Heimer APC is very underrated. Heimer solo lanes, I'm sure has some angles that I'm barely thinking of, because I'm just not experienced in the matchups, right? But yeah. See, and I'm just not clued into what those top lane matchups are right now. Like the ways I have studied doesn't give me access to that information easily. Jungle is if you're desperate. Jungle's funny. Jungle was in a Happy Chime Noises video. And like, okay. I hate saying this because I think the content is fun and I like encouraging off-meta stuff. Happy Chime Noises videos drive me insane sometimes. Because like when I create my own content, like I really value the nuances where I'll say like, you know, this is really, really, really good, except A, B, C, D, like, you know, here are the contexts in which it would become bad, here's how it's situational, like. And Happy Chime Noises will just spend like 9 minutes saying, this pick is so OP, it's super special, it's super good, and then the end of the video, D tier. Like, what? Huh? Oh my god, the Eve support one. Oh. Really? No. Oh my god. That's so horrible. Yeah, I love promoting off meta, but I hate doing it in a way that feels like dishonest and like sensationalist, you know? Like when I find some cool like unorthodox strategy, like I think it's really important to understand the weaknesses and like really important to understand like when it's good and when it's really not. And like I think the point of the channel is ultimately like, you know, because I fundamentally misunderstand solo queue really often. I really struggle in like the context of solo queue. But I think the point is just like kind of the micro approach, right? Like you can like the approach of, as we mentioned, one tricking a champion and making it work, and anything can work because it's miscoordinated, and like just you can master anything and do all right with it. Like I get that that's the point, but it's really yeah. Promoting an off-meta thing is super OP, putting a disclaimer. Yeah, it is. There's some cool stuff. Yeah, like I remember playing the Talon support. And because I saw the Talon support, and I'm like, this is stupid, and I'm sure it's not like real, but it's so funny that I have to try it. And like obviously it's like giga feast or famine. Like I think there's merit in hyper roam supports that is like a little underexplored. But like you see the Talon support, like you have to suspend your disbelief like a little bit, right? See AP Aurelia, clearly super good. I think the thing that tilts me so much is just that he calls everything special. Like he's got some super special strategy, and it's just like this guy took Hail of Blades. That's the special strategy. Give me roaming Alistar back, nerf towers, based. Extremely based. Or it's like, what else? Like, hold on. I have to check. Do we have a draft? We have a draft. We don't have very long. Like, again, I still enjoy most of the contents. It's fun that people experiment with stuff, and it's fun to see that some people have, like... Yeah, but, like, the last video was, like... This video is explicitly called How a Trolling Nunu Support Got Master. Like, how am I supposed to respond to that? like some of these picks, some of these picks, like you can see the theory behind it. It's like, okay, I can see how somebody would like refine that and like climb with it. But like, yeah, like this is clickbait. Crazy Hecarim. He's now an AP mage. He's now like, some of them are challenger players doing a semi-troll, hitting master with it. Yeah, it's... Echo Sup not bad. I remember, like, I mean, there was that time Carrier was playing it. There was the time that I was trying to run, like, Locket Barrier Echo... Or, sorry, not Locket Barrier. Locket Guardian Echo support, like, just to be a dive partner to stuff, because, like, the Ephemeral Diver's not bad, right? Yeah, like, Echo support has some value. Silas support has some value. Like, Aatrox support is not something that I've explored enough, but, like, I'm sure it might have some value, right? AP Tom Kench has some value. Like, everything, most of these picks probably have some value. Like, that's the problem with it. Like, the videos are sharing something that may or may not have merit to explore. It's just the framing of it that tilts me all the time. And it's like there's all these, the game is so complex, there's all these little nuances. It's like, okay, Ornn support is really bad. Is there a way we can make it work? Like, what if I explored Neela Ornn? Like, what if the XP acceleration, like, actually made a difference there? We played, like, this kind of pseudo-defensive lane, right? Like, oh, on paper, Jack's 80 carry exists. It's just the conditions for it to exist probably aren't in the game right now, but I could keep that in the back of my mind and think about it, right? What do you mean Ornn support is pretty good? I just find it wasteful to use him with, like, severely reduced XP when significantly more consistent picks exist. Like, that's kind of just my stance on it. And it's hard for me to justify locking him in next to other champions unless I'm doing some, like, unless and this is something that I'm, like, failing to consider, unless some, like, absurd flex value, like, is created from it, in which case it doesn't matter where he is in theoretical raw vacuum power. As long as it's functional, the flex value could create something, right? Like, and that's a line that I don't explore, or that I haven't been exploring enough. Kneeling with Ornn. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves, guys. It's a very good pocket pick into certain situations where you want to destroy terrain. Oh, so this is kind of like a Xante support situation, where it's like, if you're that kind of support who would or if you're that kind of tank who would usually value high econ, if a condition exists that, like, cranks the value of one of your tools, then it could be fine. I like that approach. I still think I would put that in, like, at best a hyper niche category, but I mean these are the exact types of nuances I love, right? I say Ornn support sucks. You say Ornn support has this one giga hyper niche where he's actually kind of fine that you didn't think about, and I say, like, oh, neat, that's cool, I like that. Like, I love hyper niche picks. I love hyper niche picks. Oh my god, they're so much fun. You just feel like a galaxy brain for busting them out. I feel like supports especially get away with that. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like, yeah, because like, my stance on it, at least last split when I was allowed to keep playing support, was, if supports have the easiest role, then they also have the lowest burden of, like, if supports are playing the easiest role, and arguably they are, right, only arguably because 80 carries are right there. But if supports are playing the easiest role, then they should have, on paper, the easiest time like bringing new champions into their pool because you have to learn the fewest responsibilities within your role. And so, supports who have like a big pool of like hyper niche picks are more realistic than solo laners at lower levels, right? I don't like calling any role or playstyle in League of Legends easy because League of Legends is inherently hard. But I do find it kind of funny. I mean, I'm a support player at heart. I have to shit talk the 80 carries a little bit, right? Yes, supports have the potential to. Supports have a very easy floor, but you can really tell the difference between a good support and a great support. I just think because the floor is lower, supports have to work harder to be truly great. Like, so. I don't know what they're talking about. We have the draft starting. You have to go like a little more out of your way. Like the baseline mid laner already had a lot they had to learn to get good. B1 Bard. Not gonna help in lane. True! Someone plays ADCs against these niche picks who do nothing. They fail to communicate. Well, here's the thing, Zeknal. The average gold support is not truly great, nor do they truly understand the hyper niche picks that they're playing. So, it makes sense that when you experience them, you would have a very negative. Yeah, so actually, Emilio has gone completely... Forgot. I mean, he's freshly enabled for this week. Emilio's banned. We haven't seen any presence in the previous drafts. Hounds immediately go Zyra Khan. The bans underneath my head were Gwen, Darius, and Annie. And you can see the rest on the other side. Yeah, it's messy. Yinks is the answer to this. I have water left? Oh, I don't. Yeah, and that's why I hate control picks too in low elo, like, or control archetypes at least, like control comps. Anything that requires you to do like actual setup, you're not gonna do properly. Oh, good luck on your exam, Declo. Hope it goes well. Well, don't try to play before the exam, like don't tilt yourself before going into something like that. But then yeah, you guys have a best of 5 on Friday, right? One step at a time. And Wukong makes another appearance. So yeah, it's pretty clear at this point that Hounds are drafting from very small champion pools, despite what was implied to me before, which is really good. It's really good. Really good to be drafting small pools this early. Not early in draft, early in rank. Like, low in rank. Like, true. Is this J4 flex? I wish, but I doubt it. I think that would give it a lot of value, you know, like flag on head Jarvan support, or like if you find a Jarvan top matchup, like that would be awesome. But no, it is going to be Jarvan into Wukong. It was bad. Well, what was the context and what did they build? Like, it's a very counter pick dependent pick. Rushed IBG? Yeah, I've been doing that a little bit. Like, I don't think that's inherently bad. I don't think we can... Oh, we don't know what we're picking here. Okay, we end up with Victor. Is it Victor? Are they supposed to be short on bans or something? They're breaking the rules. JK. Okay, so we have a Victor. Same sort of scaling 80 carry, scaling mid. Thresh with the Jinx is seen now. I do actually, now that I think about it, I do think that Thresh probably makes it easier to navigate that Jarvan-Wukong matchup a little bit. Because, like, Jarvan can't directly initiate easily when Wukong is involved, but at the same time, if Jarvan forces Wukong to use the ultimate defensively... Oh, okay, now the matchup is much more playable. Yeah, no, I don't hate this at all. Doran bought IBG Zonya and Fawn 3rd Gigachad. That's... I mean, so were they trying to use it as, like, the same rationale as, like, Jarvan Kennen, where you just, like, anti-poke the poke? Like, you just poke back, you flag on head, you're like, hey. Give me a 6-4 Gigachad. Early Zonya's, like, stasis ultimate bot. Let's go. I don't do any damage, I just... ulti, I press my... I mean, stasis is powerful, don't get me wrong. But, like, last time I built Zonya's Jarvan, it was, like, literally final item. So, because the game was messy, and we couldn't close, because we're bad. That's actually, like, you know what? It's... You know what has been, like, actually almost freeing in a way? I've been talking recently about how, like, so many of my problems come from, like, reality denial. Like, not reality denial as though, like, oh, things should be, like, you're bad, I'm good, like, what, but, like, reality denial in, I keep taking all this blame for stuff, and I keep putting all this, like, expectation on myself to be something that I'm not, and stuff like that. There's, like, this freeing feeling with, like, slowly being able to accept that I'm a garbage player, and that has very little bearing on my skill as an analyst. You know? Like... And the fact that I can accept I'm a garbage player and, like, work on it without the pressure of, like... I don't know, just, like, assuming that means my brain doesn't work. It's freeing. It's really freeing. Like... It's really freeing to say, like, I'm bad and to become okay with it. Exactly the problem I'm coming up with. Because, like, the issue is I've got big game knowledge and I've got I've got a lot of abilities to, like, you know, I can refine a concept. I can, like, create big, like, documents and stuff. You know, like, again, like, you know, we've been developing knowledge all over the place, right? Boom. Oh, wait, did I just show... What did I just show on my screen? God damn it. Alright, whatever. But, you know, like, what's the button? Yeah, like, oh, that's shift. That's... Like, you know, we do a lot of stuff. Like, I have game knowledge, and, like, it's organized, and... You know what I mean? Like, okay, we've pressed this button too many times. You know, like, we've got all sorts of stuff going on here, and, like... That's awesome! But the way I learned it was not... You know, it's not a way that's, like, accessible quickly. I have to go look it up, and it's not, like, the mental framework isn't there, and, like... What did I just show on my screen? Did I just show, like, a private journal thing? Oh, thank God, it was just... Oh my God, that's... Okay, so I did just show my private journal, but fortunately, it was literally just the notes I took from reading a book. Whew! That could have been, like... That could have been, like, literally my deep... personal introspection. Like, Yeah, it gets bored or forgets stuff is, like, the worst, right? Because I'll be, like, watching a draft, and, like, I will know something about the champion, but it's gone. It's locked. I can't think about it. Like, it's... Keeping personal journal. It's in my OneNote. Yeah, it's way faster to just type things out than. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love pen and paper. I mean, that's why I have like, you know, this thing, right? That's why I have all of that. But some things, it's better to just get the thought out of your head fast.
Your emperor shall return.
Yeah, notes are helpful. Just it's difficult to find some way to like. I don't know. Like that's my problem right now. That's the big thing that I'm working through right now. How do you take a massive body of knowledge and structure it in a way where it's like actually accessible to you? Because like school taught me how to take a test. It taught me how to study for the test, learn stuff for the test, and then disregard it because a new test is coming, right? It didn't teach me necessarily how to build a much larger knowledge base, unless we're talking like specifically math class, right? Where the old stuff is necessary for the new stuff, like. But in, like, League, the old stuff is not necessarily needed for the new stuff. It's just different stuff. But it all interacts, and you can approach it from any angle, and... You get greedy. Yeah. And I'm right there with you, for sure. And... Attention control is hard. Knowing what to do with your information is hard. I mean, that's actually why I'm learning how to trust the intuitive side of my brain more often, because I'm realizing that the big thing that will cement my knowledge is experience. If I make the mistake enough times and like write it down and recognize it and draw on that experience, then I'll finally remember. It's like, oh yeah, like obviously, like I can go into my notes and have this matchup stuff that I've studied and that I should know, but now that I've experienced the bad parts directly and it's an emotional experience, then maybe it's more ingrained in my brain, right? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's like, I know ASOL E is 12 seconds at all ranks because they nerfed it from 12 to 10, right? Like, or like, just random cooldowns, or like random matchups, or it's like, oh, Pantheon, I don't want to pick that champion into, like wave clear tanks who he can't reasonably poke out, or all in, or roam comfortably on, like. Or it's like, I can keep my key notes in mind, but not the exceptions, you know? Like. Just random things like that. Have you guys seen my fat finger? Like my ring finger? Just, I don't know if you can see it like visibly here, but it's like wider than the. I mean, if I compare the ring fingers too, these are the same finger, right? This one's fatter because it was squished by a shot put. Malphite locked in, Malphite win. Yeah, just the fact that I can see Sylas into Malphite and not immediately think Sylas is going to hard stomp the matchup, it makes me concerned for the state of Malphite. But not the plan you set up literally 2 minutes earlier for your lane. See, and I'm almost the opposite. We're like, I'll spend my setup phase like making my plan, and I will remember my plan. But I find it hard to recognize when I need to deviate from that plan, or like when, or what exactly the other information means fast enough where it's like I can take in information, I can't process it fast enough to know, oh, my plan sucks now that this has happened, we have to pivot into like this other option. Or it's like I'm not taking it, I have to spend my attention on taking in information, and then I just have to know what to do with it. Like, why do I gotta know what to do with it? That's not fair. I should just be good because I studied what matchups are once. I should. I see. I'm too cautious. I miss opportunities. I'm the exact opposite. I have the same problem, but I'm the exact opposite. I am so mad they patched out the Cassante Flash W. It was so harmless. It was so situational. Give me the Kassinsek back. Bring back Gale Force MF ult. You know what? I think that one can stay gone. That one wasn't even... Don't add more shit that makes pros get stuck on the tower. Today I think I shall approach Cassante's tower. Yes. Yeah, that's not like the only like core laning strength of that champion pre-6. Andy's bowels are inting. That's what they just said in chat. I don't know. I mean, my theory, now that I'm receiving coaching from a very intuitive player, is that... I mean, I do now believe that I'm experiencing this perspective that we, like, probably even at the top level, the approach is too intuitive, right? But... And it's, like... I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't even know if that's a real take. I'm just trying to piece it together myself. I'm not claiming that I'm right. But, like... I don't know... You'd think they would have internalized, like, that Cassante's core strength is under his tower. Just from experiences and just from dying to it. But, like, something must be happening that's disrupting that. Like, you're a Thresh hater still? Paradox, I was a Thresh hater for, like, 2 years. But now he's good.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So you think people keep learning and unlearning, or something like that? Or it's like the coaches may be too analytical, the players might be too intuitive, and they don't find the necessary compromise to actually putting that knowledge into players' heads in a way that's accessible to them in-game. Like, something like that.
Minions have spawned.
Because at the very least, that's the problem that I feel like I'm having, and now that my perspective has been broadened, I feel like that wouldn't be a surprising problem for people to be having at many levels. Right? But in the end, they all have to agree. Yeah. Oh, so hard. So hard. You don't even want yourself on Thresh. That's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, and I now know for sure when a player fully gives into an opposite style rather than finding a compromise, oh, it doesn't work for that player. Oh, it doesn't. No, my full intuitive arc where I stopped VOD reviewing fully, like, just to start developing my feel, I understand now that is not how I learn, and there is a compromise there that is not just, you know, it's not as extreme and harmful as what I was doing before, but, ooh. That's not right. Not for me, so. Wait, Malf took Comet into Sylas. Oh, now Sylas does win the matchup again, no? Uh-oh, wait a minute, we're not Giga Chad Malphite. Oh, Darwin's been doing them, like, all the time in my games. This fucker went into a Clash game with me, picked Malphite top, and built IBG Monamune Zanyas. I'm like, oh, well, I guess. But yeah, I've seen the Wit's End, I've experienced the Wit's End, I've seen, like, the crazy lethal tempo power of Malphite. Right. Yeah, no, Declo told us a horror story last night. It was wild. It was wild. Just like the TLDR of the story is that an IBS coach, like, so remember, their best player is going to be at most like Silver 1. The coach picked them Camille, and they don't play Camille. That's as much as I don't know what team it was, I don't know who it was, I don't know what happened, but, like, beyond that. But, like, it's weird. That was kind of funny, actually. Fresh first blood, let's go! What do you mean? Yeah, and that... So, like, when I was solo drafting for my team, right? When I was solo drafting for my team, it got to the point where I would barely talk to my teammates while doing the draft. But at the same time, I had a very, very clear list of what they were comfortable playing, and I would not deviate from that, right? You don't give someone something they don't know how to play unless it's like, you know, I was trying to do that practice class system at one point. Unless it's literally an impulse tier champion, and even then, that player had better not be below diamond. Like,
delicious.
it is, if you're, and I understand this now, if you're purely an analyst, it's difficult to understand the player perspective. If you're purely a player, it can be difficult to understand the analyst perspective. The solution is to talk to each other like adults and try to learn each other's perspectives and try to, like, build an understanding, but we're in esports, so that can be difficult. Yeah, and that's fair, and that's legitimate. And when you're working with master tier players, like, they probably, I mean, because, like, master GM should be at the level where you're like, cool, you get the game, now branch out, right? Like we were saying earlier, but... Oh, that might be, that's... Flashless Thresh, do we have the reach? Do we have anything? Oh my god, we're out of cooldowns. So sad. Like, the thing that frustrated me the most about my coaches trying to teach me how to be more intuitive, because they are literally saying actively to me, it's like, Quinn, you need to think less in-game. And it's like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, and I think you're right on some level, but, like, my problem is, I'm trying to communicate to you why that's difficult for me, and I need help finding a solution to help me turn my brain off, rather than just saying, turn your brain off. And, like, we don't necessarily find that, and it's like that sort of disconnect that I would expect happens, like, everywhere. Do I play with music? No. I play every video game ever with their music on, except League of Legends, because there's just so much going on that I need as much mental bandwidth as possible. Actually, every time I work on my day one videos where I'm, like, doing PvE test sessions and trying to learn the new champion, I explicitly go to my quiet zone. Like, I need that space to focus. Okay. Oh, but you mean blast some music and just play on feel like that? I don't hate the idea. At the very least, it'll ground me emotionally, right? Draven hardstyle. You've been actively not suggesting Bard. Really, Paradox? That's not like you. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Maybe I'll give it a shot. Yeah. I used to listen to music in like season 7, season 8. I guess 9 is when I hit my peak. I guess I was probably still listening to music. I was going to the gym at that point. Xayah hasn't auto-attacked in the last 3 seconds. Like... brain power goes on. And yeah, no, I don't know. Xayah did just stop auto-attacking. Uh-oh, dive's fucked! Okay. Thank you, extended Rakan E range. Are we good? Are we bad? Oh, we're bad here. That's for sure. I'm actually surprised Jarvan still went for the EQ flash with Victor having flash, but, like, it worked. So. Results-based analysis, baby! Do it every time! Is Malphite on Q, Max? No! No! It's okay. Yeah, we do have like a 15 roughly CS difference bot lane. Thresh gets the kill. Jinx, how? I mean, not zoned off of XP too much. She's got the solo lane XP to compensate. That's fair, Paradox. It's good to simplify. Just cut the variables. That said, if you're good at a pick, like, if it truly is your hard comfort, then... Okay, Darian. It is good to see proactive support play. I would agree. I think I am simply too biased into the old flavor of, like, Giga defensive, like, Peel Thresh, though. And, like, the premise of this duo as well is Thresh is picked for Jinx's benefit, too. Right? Yeah, no, I'm like friggin' bewildered how often like blind Renata keeps happening because it feels so easy to punish, but like so many people just keep saying it's like, nah, we can deal with it. We can do something with it. It's like any poke champ, or it's like okay, because I shouldn't talk too deeply about what my team does because I don't want to leak everything, but. We were, like, testing our new style of drafting, right? We just blind picked Renata, which I would never do because I've played with her counter-developed champion, right? And so that means I don't blind her unless I'm sure that they must pick into her strengths. But we did, and then they picked Xerath, and my team was like, oh, haha, Xerath in competitive. I'm like, these are real champions that are in the game, guys. We have to care about them. Like, do we not care? I mean, it turns out that we're playing at such a bad level, like, that it might not matter, but... It's disorienting to say the least, right? It's disorienting to say the least. Yeah, and I have a hard time, like, knowing what other people know because I do know that it's punishable. So how can I assume? So it feels fundamentally disrespectful to assume my opponent doesn't know. And that's what I've been struggling with so much. Just...
I'm missing opportunities because I keep like making the mistake that of like thinking that my opponent knows what I know, and like I know it's a slightly different concept like in-game versus draft, but I mean, yeah, it's perspectives have to grow and evolve, and even if they're weird and confusing and contradictory to some of your old knowledge, it just means there's something missing, you know? Okay, Jinx Flash burns. This is getting scary. Ah! We're calling out of cooldowns, yeah? And Jinx gets one. Okay, really, really good for blue team, but Hounds are... for a team that was 6-0 coming into this week, this is rough. Like... I do say rough. Woof, woof. People are underestimated. Oh yeah, Braum is not to be underestimated after his W got buffed to goddamn 20 resistances. Like, but like you're not blinding him, right? Samira not. Oh yes, Samira not good. It is. Can I just say it is so refreshing that Thresh and Braum are both like playable again. Like these are such staple picks in their role, and they were so bad for so long. It just felt like League of Legends was missing something with them being gone. Like he was pickable. Sure, he was more pickable than Thresh, but he was like a very niche pick before. Lucian Braum lane. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but Lucian is so dependent on his vigilance these days, like... I guess you could put Font of Life on Braum and kind of do something with it, like, maybe... I guess it wouldn't be that. Yeah. Well, you, Ash, yes. Declo, Lucian. Yeah. It's okay. It's Lucian. That's the issue, right? Ah, of course, Braum autos. And yeah, you know what? This is also me again that has like, for some reason, refused to acknowledge something that is okay just because other things are better. Like I keep. Or I would look at that and I say, what? Why would you ever play that? Like, Lucian, like, there are better Lucian lanes, and Lucian himself is not that great, but it's like, okay, but Quinn, it's real, it exists, like, it's worth acknowledging even if it's not optimal, like, because it paints a more complete picture. I would agree far more if Emilio's W was actually giga abusive with vigilance. Like, I still think it's good. I still think it's good. It is scary. But, like, one of the very first things I tested for Emilio on PvE was, like, does Emilio W keep giving Lucian vigilance? And thank goodness it doesn't. Saying Braum is completely unable to land one auto. Okay, but I'm saying it's like that's fundamentally Braum starting with an all-in to get Lucian's combo optimized, and that's a difficult position. Like Braum will land un-auto, but it's hard to find the exact circumstances to open perfectly with that sequence you described. Right? It would have been so busted. Oh my god. It would have been so gross. Especially pre-nerf Emilio shield values. Like... Okay, so I was so tuned into our conversation. Did I just miss Malphite and miss his ultimate? Is that what just happened? Why are we playing IBG Q-Max with no Negatron into a Magic matchup? Ouch. Yeah, no, my win rate's grossly negative. I'm learning so much stuff this season that it's just really reflected in my win rate. I'm not winning, but I'm learning. So, IBG's so good, Bat Chest. I don't get. But you see, like, Malphite's team is probably gonna win, so... That was a hook. That was a hook. That is a flank. Okay, so this is actually huge for the Hounds. Like, they finally find something. They finally find... What team is this even? Falcons? This is Falcons. They finally find Falcons with their pants down a bit. Yeah, so at least this is swinging the game positively for the Hounds, which is a big deal. If they are able to crack this mid-tier 2, that makes a difference. Or mid-tier 1, I mean. If they're able to crack mid-tier 1, beautiful. Okay. So they're obviously not going to be able to push in for that, like, mid-lane ward, but... If the Hounds are... I mean, they've equalized gold, actually. They've fully equalized gold. Where did that come from? Mostly Sylas, right? Yeah, there's a 1k lead on Sylas. 1k deficit on Wukong. Even mid. 400 advantage. Yeah, it's predominantly Sylas. Sylas's advantage is offsetting Jarvan's, and everyone else is, like, roughly even from farm differences. That's so tragic. Well, hang on. We've got Beryl in the top lane, so maybe that explains it. Also, the 88 farm, the sub 5 CS a minute also hurts. This just comes from matchup inexperience. My gut instinct on that one, Paradox, would be that Rakan is simply, like, one of the weaker laners in... Because, like, Rakan's lane phase is not particularly strong. So Rakan is one of the weaker laners in the meta, and Rakan is, like, if you're going to scale into him, he's going to give you the best opportunity. The Zillion would then say to Rakan's engages, it's like, hey, you're incredible value as a champion, we're going to cut a lot of that. That's just gut instinct, right? First reaction. I don't know the deeper matchup dynamics, like what else exists. Oh, actually, this is a super good death for Victor because it fully distracted. Never mind, their DPS is pathetic. Oh no. I mean, if Victor dies there and it distracts blue team long enough for red to secure Baron, then that's amazing, but if they did not deal any damage... Uh-oh. I mean, so this is now 2 games where the Hounds, like, were not in a winning position, found a Baron play, and then, like, bungled their approach to it. Oh, did we catch them overstaying? We have a Sylas TP in here? A Sylas TP that I didn't... Hang on, let me... Oh, no wonder we didn't notice. I'm, like, zoomed way the hell in. Baron giveth and Bareth taketh away. Zoom in on Sylas's abs. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Oh, he's wearing a shirt in this skin. The one skin where he's wearing a shirt. Alright.
That 2k gold on Silas in one fight. That's a pretty big swing for Silas, yeah. He's got 2,700 in pocket. He wants more, though. So if Silas gets caught and gives up his bounty as everybody's recalling, and he's not synced, that would be very, very funny. But it would also be unfortunate for the Hounds. Cosmic NLR. Okay. Jarvan's on 2 items. Ari's on 2 in a bit. Victor's on 2. Jinx and Zaya are both on Capstone and no further.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't... I mean, how close is he? Can he cheat it out? Can he cheat it out? He's very, very, very close to his next level. If he can squeeze that out before... I mean, he will ultimately be 15 at 26 minutes, right? Oh, he's barely not finding it. Oriental Astig, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Enjoy your time with us. Yeah, so we dinged 14. I mean, like, many of the rod purchases that I see usually only get you to 15. Like, I see the 15-13 gap often, so... It's pretty average, right? There it is. Not bad. Like, it's fine. Hot take, but you're thinking Roa is overrated? Well, remember, in one patch, it went from widely considered to be one of the worst items in the game to widely considered to be one of the best. So, like, that's such a swing for not that... I'm focusing entirely on Silas. What am I doing? It would be reasonable that some of that was hype. We have a problem. Yeah, so I'm okay with Annie building it because I do think the current state of Annie actually can get value out of the durability. Champions that benefit from levels as well as the passive? Yes, yeah. That's the foundation. Champions who are like 100% gold dependent kind of doesn't really matter. So like on paper, Vhagar shouldn't be, but like he just doesn't have options that make more sense right now, like with the state of Everfrost. So I don't have a problem with it. Oh, is this dead Victor? Oh, preemptively flashed before the Jarvan Cataclysm. That could be damning, but it wasn't. And now the follow-up's walled out. Oof. Yeah, I mean, I'm only okay with it on Annie because she has established that she can not be a burst mage, and that's okay. I have never heard of Syndra building it, and I'm, like, kind of startled. I'm kind of horrified by that. That does not sound like a good time. So, like, okay, so what happens with Syndra that makes it fine? Is it literally, like, raw splinters or something? Like, on XP? Like... Because that it doesn't sound right to me. Like, it doesn't sound like it progresses her win conditions, really. Like, you know, you could get 5 splinters from your Roa, or you could, like, deal damage. Hey, Rakan, stop trying to cheat out a charm! Cease!
Well, it is also worth noting that every single one of these teams has been playing together for 3 weeks at most. Because this is a draft league that started 3 weeks ago, right? Seraphine Roa is a crime. Yeah, that's not exactly an XP champ. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone's vulnerable to getting caught up in the hype. Like, I've been caught up in the hype on stupider things before, right? Like, I've advocated for things that I later found out were just not exactly correct. And that's always a bad feeling. Failed stun attempt, or failed steal attempt. We can't get out, though, because Malphite is ruining us. Wow, that's shocking. Okay, so we end up watching the Hounds on like on their worst week of the split, which is unfortunate for them because I'm sure this is not exactly how they'd like to be remembered. Well played. Yeah, let me check. Let me check low analytics. Let me check the sites I like to use. Defaults to support. I hate that. Yeah, no, Rod of Ages is like a quarter of the popularity. I mean, we can go 30 days instead of 13.6, which is probably better. Yeah, I know the popularity is lower on Roa, which is good and correct. And yeah, good and correct. Okay, lovely. She lol on my analytics. Nice. What enables WCAS CDR, mana AP. It is nice to know it changed. The only stat Seraphine values is so I mean Seraphine is absolutely the type of champion that like, you know, likes enchanter stats, right? Roa's haste only really comes from its mythic passive. Leandry's Burn makes her wave clear easier to access marginally, right? Moonstone is a cheap spike, which... we have a thing to do, don't we? We have a thing. Yep, we have a thing. Okay. So, now that we have... Oh, we have to do our job. We've watched 3 games from the Hounds, and what we've seen is we've seen a team that is really, like, just tunneling in on, like, the types of picks that they know how to play, and they are, like, sticking with a smaller pool than you would think. Nice. But for the first time, they have lost some games. And they have... predominantly lost due to random over-aggression and random catches. And that's kind of like a big issue behind it. So that's a good data point for us, and I'll take a note. Brooms, thank you so much for the raid. We got swept. We can't endure. I can't believe it. We just got so swept. Guys, we've just finished the most casual part of our stream where we were just kind of like spectating some live games. And just kind of chilling. Now, though, I have to kind of do my job a little bit, and I have to help Flannel Ethereal on like cleaning up some of their gameplay before their first playoffs best of 5. Flannel Ethereal are an IBS team and that I work with who are helping me to test some of my theories about how that level of play works. And I tried to boot up the replay and it insta-crashed. So, okay, let's see what we've got here. And oh my goodness. Okay, so now I want you guys to remember going into this draft that regular conventional theory will not apply because we're working at the silver level. Even still, there are some things here where
We have to check it out. Okay, so what are the principles we're trying to work under? Simplest comp wins. We want basic, easy teamfight compositions, right? And we prioritize on B1 denial picks. So, presumably that means Wukong is like kind of the marriage between denial and power. We take that because it's in pool because it's reasonably aggressive. They respond with Zillion Sivir. We're not going to over pivot to this. We're going to kind of see that and try to respond with some aggression of our own. Kaisa Nautilus. So we do find our initiator. We do find something that has a cohesive like archetype. So no major complaints here. And they pick Vi. Now they have a very simple to execute thing here. They have a very simple to execute Shen. Like we prioritized Mordekaiser ban. I'm not qualified to speak on whether the Nasus ban is necessary or not because I didn't scout alongside you guys, but like the Shen pick is a lot more scaling, is potentially very, very, very disruptive if we can't snowball it cleanly. And I know I would never, never, never recommend Riven at this level, except for the fact that your particular top laner has invested like 90% of her experience into Riven, so that's okay. Where I struggle to understand your decisions the most is why we have this, like, Giga dive comp. And, yes, Kale is disjointed dive supports. But why are we going to blind pick this particular champion? I'm checking the bans. Yeah, so indirectly, yes, I'm not with them while they draft because I don't want to introduce my biases. It's better for me to observe the outcome. You thought you didn't have damage. Friends. Okay, so that guy does damage up there, right? That does damage. That does a lot of... That's all damage right there from your top laner. Allow me a moment to not leak all of your strategies. What are our options here, right? So the bans that you guys had to endure included Rumble and Ziggs and Nico. Then by this document, it probably would have been safer and more cohesive to lock Vhagar. Or something along those lines, right? Because the issue I have here is that Kale is like, you know, Kale is a singular control champion, and there's no, like, inherent issue with a singular control champion, but, like, you don't want to let them go late without an advantage. You see that, right? Like, they're showing Zillion, who is going to be very weak in lane. I mean, I understand that you might think maybe the Zillion is, like, maybe there was a Zillion flex potential, and you're thinking maybe there's a chance this Kale lanes into Zillion, and they can still, like, blindside us with a funny support, or the Shen could go support. But, like, I'm starting to believe that IBS teams don't play that fancily with their flexes, right? And my concern is, like, you know, if we see Shen, we see Zillion, we see this, like, hard scaling composition here like this, hedging our bets on getting more advantages in the early game is probably easier to play. Like, ultimately, because it's all stuff in comfort and your comp is still cohesive, I don't have an overall problem with it, right? It was Zillion mid last game. Ah, I see. I mean, yes, that would give you a Kale. Yeah, I'm not going to critique it too heavily because it's still cohesive here. I just don't want to let them get away with playing, like, uber scaling, right? But that said, you still have a reasonably, like, easy to understand thing as long as Sai can, you know, generate her positions. It's still flank team fights, which is my issue. Like, flank champion here, elements of dive. Like, flank is one of the more complex teamfight compositions to actually execute on. It does require you guys to set up a little more. It's significantly less brain dead, but at the very least, we can just put Wukong in the pack and initiate with Nautilus and use him as follow-up, and it would be okay. And so, like, we're not going to overanalyze that. Our objective, we are supposed to make something actionable. We are supposed to figure out what we can actually take away from this game that would be useful to you within a short time frame. In our previous discussions, we've talked primarily about how the most important thing for you guys to develop as a reasonably new team is the cohesion and like working together and taking inventory with each other on that. So because I don't want to overcomplicate and I don't want to like overload our brains with a ton of new concepts, I will be focusing predominantly on that. I will be giving you guys like a little bit of laning stuff here and there if I notice it. If we are able to take like just small bits of knowledge that can be easily fixed, but for the most part we are going to be talking about how we are working together as a team approaching mid-game stuff. So that's my intention. Queen Mel's Switch, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your time with us. I apologize that I forgot to answer that right away.
Minions have spawned.
Surrender to the light, and I will spare your soul. Ready to be judged.
I forgore. Okay, let's see what happens. So, I mean, I don't know the Riven Shen matchup off the top of my head because, like, I don't have to know Riven matchups because no one plays Riven, but I do know that there should be some opportunity for the bot lane to generate pressure, whether that's on a roam or whether that's on just raw kill potential through them mispositioning. We know where the enemy jungler is. We know he's topside. For sure. Shen just came full energy, but late. Right, we're obviously not expecting anything out of our Kayle right now. I assume we're waiting for 2 down here. Matchups shouldn't matter. I mean, our fundamental belief that we're testing is that matchups don't matter in IBS. So actually, maybe I'm critiquing the Kayle too heavily, and like we have to observe. But at the very least, you guys can see that our way of initiating is more complex than their way of initiating, right? And when our comp is higher complexity than the enemy's comp, that's scary. The enemy's everything is Vi, and we're not at a level where jungle itself gets punished heavily on invades. Okay, Sai. Look at her go. Barely not a kill, but... Oh, okay, so this is just like a small, immediate, you-know-what-you-did sort of thing. Ooh, nice! Despite the outcome. This is an immediate you-know-what-you-did thing, right? Hi, Prisma. Like, I don't have to tell you what you did. You observed that they are here. You know they are here. This was, like, you decided, right? You saw her go in. You pinged it. And then you face-checked it anyway. And had to burn your flash. I do expect that. Kayle Syndra. I do expect that no matter how good you are at Kayle, that sounds hard. I like this. I think this is a smart adaptation for what you're dealing with. I mean, outcome good, but that's a very easy, like, hey, stop that sort of point, right? There's no need to face check to get information when we already have the information. So this is like almost entirely Wukong contribution, and if you're going to be ganking the Kayle lane, like,
we're not expecting much. Guess there's not much happening on the map either way. Like, bot lane's pushing in our favor, and oh, they just end up catching you. And it's only burning HP. Bot lane's pushing out, so there's something here. So top lane is going to be pushing for them. An opportunity could present itself. More than likely in this wave state, it would lead to a dive, but we're not going to be very good at diving yet, so we're not going to hard force because we want to play from mid game. I'm going to speed this up a bit because I don't really... The way we should review at our level, we don't really care about hard optimizing every moment. We just need to look for, like, immediately solvable mistakes, and we should trace back our deaths. That's all. One step at a time, right, guys? One step at a time. Okay. What happened here? Prisma, to your credit, your HP is fine. Like, you're managing this fine, but what happened here? Taking a lot of free poke. Oh, she just hits you with her full combo. Okay, I mean, it's kind of a melee versus ranged principle in general, that, like, the fact that you're just kind of walking up to hit minions before it's a last hit kinda sucks. Yeah, just a bit rushed is kind of what I would conclude here. Right, but she's got the 6 advantage, and even if she doesn't kill, that's a major chunk for no benefit, right? Even if like it could be anybody who doesn't kill you, but if it's a mage, like, there's still a significant chance that you're trading your HP for not even a last hit. Like, that's the actual concept, right? And, like, for what? A retaliation Q? Like... Now you can play. Like, now the lane is playable. Now you're fine. So I got a kill at one point. Good for her. We are sitting on 2 wards in pocket mid. We are sitting on about 2 wards in pocket top. We are sitting on a ward bot lane. The ward was spent. Okay, good. It's a bit redundant. It's not redundant at all. No, never mind. It's, like, slightly redundant. It's redundant in the sense that if Syndra were to roam... Yeah, that's an anti-roam ward, and this one is covering the river. Okay, it's not full. It's not redundant. We'll accept it. Especially since I don't think you have the time to go for, like, a pixel ward instead. Zoom out a little more. You are taking a lot of damage. The game has nothing better to focus on, so we're just watching this. Wukong has yet to find a play that makes sense. Is that Wukong's fault, or is that the lane's? Let's just start keeping an eye on the side lanes and see what's happening, because maybe Jade is missing some gank planning. And for Jade in particular, I'd be willing to go into some more in-depth concepts because he's ready to move on to the next thing. Good response ultimate. Failure to dodge here. I mean... Side greeted so hard trying to outplay on a sidestep. Look at her. Look what she's doing. I mean, she doesn't have her Q cooldown yet. But she's about to. And she's like, yeah, just holding flash is
holding the flash against like this level of point and click CC and trying to sidestep outplay it is kind of nuts, right? Oh no, you don't try to do something about this, do you? Just catch the wave, please, please just catch the wave. Uh-oh. The health bars are low, but... Oh, no. No, I see what you were looking for. I really do. They have so many defensive resources, though. So the reason I was saying, please go for the wave, is because you have to understand what my biases and my experiences are. I have very poor damage projection. And I would just kind of look at that, not process it fully, because I'm not a Wukong player, and say, oh, numbers disadvantage plus fucking fat wave that I want to eat. And, like, that's pretty much where my thought process would end. And that's not necessarily correct, and it almost worked. But file that away. So actually, Ethereal, this is a concept you guys can work on, okay? There is a thing, the new system that I've been developing, it's actually a big premise of the next video that I'm releasing, intuition errors. And basically, what is an intuition error? Well, it is a class of mistake. Actually, I can, like, read it aloud for you guys. Let me go pull up the document. It is a type of mistake that results from a failure to plan or to execute in the moment, not from a lack of actual knowledge. So if like one of the primary problems within the game was an intuition error, then you're allowed to just make a note of that and move on without, like, deeply analyzing, right? It is Joe Varden. How lovely. So what that is, Jade, that is a class of intuition error called an anticipation error, which is a failure to consider the available resources and the intended action of an enemy champion. So you're about to do this, and you don't anticipate what specifically Vi and Shen can do for you, like, against you, right? And so it's like, okay, so Vi low HP, I'm gonna go for this because this is a general play that my champion can make, right? However, did not anticipate that Shen would want to ult, did not anticipate that Shen would be able to cancel our lethal auto attacks, basically did not anticipate what Shen's response to this would be, and it almost worked, and that's fine. Every intuition error has an exception on when it would not be an intuition error. This one, it's borderline not one because it requires an understanding of the general combat patterns and goals of your enemy champions. So if this were a situation where it's like, oops, I forgot Shen can do that, and I already knew that, and I already knew that's kind of how he would want to respond to that play, then you would say, intuition error, I move on. If this is a situation where you have never considered that this is what Shen can do in the play, then you write that down and you actually, like, study it, you make that note, like, you actually try to internalize that bit of matchup knowledge. And then it would be an analytical point instead of an intuition error, right? So if you knew this was a possibility already, call it anticipation error, move on. If you did not, now it's new information for you on something you can think about with Shen. But the point is, as you're about to make a play, long-term, what you will be doing is anticipating what the enemies are going to want to spend of their resources to stop you. Right. And then the thing I like most about these is it's not too mentally taxing for me in particular, right? You probably would have waited. Well, not necessarily waited. I don't think you needed to wait. I think as you were approaching the play, you should think, like, what would Shen do? Like, what would I do if I were Shen? And it'll eventually be a very fast question. Like, that's why it's intuition, because eventually you'll just know. But it's not about waiting and seeing what Shen would do. It's about knowing, does Shen have an answer? No, I go for it. Yes, I'm gonna farm. Like, does Shen the champion have an answer that just fucks me here? Like, for me, I had a transition gank recently. I'm playing Sejuani. My entire purpose was to... I have a Veigar. Enemy mid laner is Zoe. See, and here, what does Syndra want to try to do to you to prevent this gank? She's going to want to try to E. Can she outplay it? Okay, so we didn't think about that, and now we're dead. Or we burned flash. Actually, we are dead. Anticipation error. That sort of... That's the actual... Thank you for giving me an example. And you have to realize that these are going to take a while to build up, in like, because your matchup knowledge has to go deep. And that's fine. That's what I'm struggling on right now. And I get that it's hard. But... Oh, really? That's so sad. I think we still get this one, don't we? Oh, Declo last hits it. No! Okay, it's fine, though. It's fine. Let's actually go back to that Wukong play to see how Sai got involved. So Sai had a crash onto Shen and wanted to see what she could do with the timer. And so... Not my fault. And so it took some time to sync with Sai to, like, really just... Yeah, so again, Sai's not going to be here right away, but she is coming. Obviously, when Syndra sees you, she's going to want to protect herself with the stun. Why is she not doing it yet? Why? Like, the next level above that, if you know to anticipate it and you need to outplay that, why is she not stunning me already? What is she holding it for? That's a level above what I would have been able to anticipate. I will say that. That's because of Vi. We just had some severe frame drops, so I'm going to wait for you guys to catch up. Just let me know when you guys can see me again. And actually, while I'm on this frame, I'm going to get some water. Oh, that's layers of thinking, really. You guys had no vision. The only way you would know is if Vi snuck through specifically here. Oh! Nanosecond. Okay, so I'm not expecting you guys to notice that at your level. But she was visible for a nanosecond. And, like, 2 for 2 involving Kale is not that bad. I do want to point out that, Wukong's entire purpose is not to be... Like, Wukong is not a Giga pure tank, like, gank jungler. And because he's not like a Giga pure gank jungler and you have literally zero setup in this lane, your mileage may vary on what you can actually accomplish. It's not expected to be particularly... It's not expected to be your point of power. So, like, when we say, like, drafts doesn't matter and drafts matters in terms of cohesion and matchups don't matter. But that's only because you guys are going to be playing so little that you should eventually know how to play with them and how to play out your matchups, right? It doesn't matter that it's a negative matchup, it matters that you know how to pilot the matchup. And it matters that you know that it's difficult to set things up for your Kale. I mean, okay, so we've clicked back into the river so many times here, and, like... Yeah, I didn't want to turn our entire conversation to itemization. but I do also dislike the Tiamat early these days.
Shut down.
Okay, so like with that one, let's take a look. So this is exactly the concept. Look, okay, so it is reasonable to assume you're in here after you just showed on this board, right? And let's think about, I mean, are we taking inventory on this Drake? Let's see. Okay, so Wukong just spent half his health. Kai'Sa's chunked. Nautilus is not connected. Nautilus is not the primary flanker. Riven has started to come down, but again on half health. And Kayle is no resources and is recalling. Remember that the core dynamic of playing as a team, the number one thing we've been talking about since we started, is taking inventory of our resources, talking to each other, making sure we're in condition to fight this, right? Disconnected Nautilus should always die, even if you get a successful engage off. That's not always a problem. That can be okay. But, I mean, I look at this, and if we spoke to each other for, like, a little bit about whether we can, I would conclude pretty quickly that our condition is very poor, and that contesting it in any way beyond a random steal attempt with Wukong Blast Cone and W out is probably ill-fated. Like, just look at the sheer HP difference, right? So in that case, I think we are failing to take inventory of our resources, and that's no good. Hi, Minoshi. Yes, we have watched all the Hounds games. We've watched the live Hounds games, and unfortunately, this was their worst week so far. But we now have to do a Flannel Ethereal review because I've been a little lazy on helping them out, you know? We haven't been able to help them out much very often. Sai is all-inning on a negative wave into a guy that can interrupt her combo, so that's... I mean, it's barely a negative wave. Like, that's pretty much not even a factor. So it's just a raw. She was wrong about being able to all-in her matchup. Anticipation errors can also have something to do with... Oh, wait a minute. They can also have something to do with... I was shockingly close, but the spell shield. They can also have to do with your damage forecasting. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. I do, but just because I make educational videos that newer players need to profit from as well. Declo. This is what we in the industry call a generally illegal position. Yes, we have awareness of Vi, but if the enemy bot lane shows up, you're outnumbered with no presence from your own wave down here, no presence from your own wave up here, no presence from your mid laner, minimal influence from your jungler. This is out of turn. If we were playing respectfully, that is high risk for very little game. That's a Sonic Ward. That's what we call those. That's a Sonic Ward. Okay, so obviously we don't want this until we're more in position. Okay, so now we can be in position enough to do this, although Declo's right now disconnected, and it looks like they're turning on him. Yeah, okay. So, flash out, Nautilus ult, the fight's playable. I do think the fight is playable, even though we're now slightly outnumbered, just because the health bars are okay, but we have to be careful with... If the intention was for Declo to sacrifice his life and draw attention, I like it a lot. Now Aiden shows up, now the fight is won. Okay, so, I think you guys were talking to each other. I think you guys do like... Aiden's gonna leave. Oof! Scary. Wait a minute, you guys weren't outnumbered at all. I wasn't factoring in Saber. I think you guys were talking to each other about how you can fight this one and how you can approach it. Like, this would have been good in that moment. If that landed, that would have been good in that moment, but it didn't, and so I want you backing out instead of clicking forwards. Unless you have, like, flash and are going to start it immediately with everybody, that could also be okay. You wanted to flash there, yes. If we were on the same page, that would have also been okay. That would have been a real option, right? I like how you're tearing up the fight. I like how you're splitting it. I like how you're just... I'm getting close. Yeah, so we're... That one I think you took inventory. That one I think you approached it fine. Nothing to really comment on there beyond like little nitpicks and... I need learner. Yeah, so I think the big thing about next season, Flannel, is I'm going to try to be a little more involved with learning objectives. I think that's what you guys are missing, and I think that's... Now that we will have a more stable roster next time, I think that would be fine if I helped with that. Because, like, I don't even know necessarily what to suggest because I'm a little too disconnected from where you are.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Like, with David, for instance, I don't know how much I need to, like... I don't know how much attention I need to spend on, like, getting him aware of, like, wave states. Because I've not prepared a... You know, I haven't figured out exactly where he is, and that's not correct for a coach. Granted, a disconnected one, and we knew going into this how, like, I would have limited attention. This is, I mean, was that a failed wall hop? It was, yeah. I can't tell with this ribbon skin at all. And so, of course, right, like, sandwich here, no prio here, no prio there. We know why we died, we know we couldn't, we know we had an escape, and we didn't get it, right? That was E? I can't even fucking tell. I know it's only third Q. That was E? I thought... I didn't even notice the shield. Oh my god. Fuck this skin. Why change Riven's animations? Riven should not get a legendary. Change my mind. The champion that is entirely animations should not have her animations changed. I should have noticed that, granted, but I see that like little like swoopy flip thing, and I'm like, is that her Q? Like I see that's her Q. Okay, that should have been obvious. But we're relearning. Anyway, I mean the game's just kind of playing out in a way where you guys are getting picked often. And, like, these games happen, and that sucks. I will say that, Prisma, your matchup is not as much of a detriment as I expected it to be, and so I am not going to complain about the Kale anymore because it was compositionally consistent. It just, I don't think you guys knew how to approach it very well. And that does involve, that does also mean jungle should not be playing significantly around mid, except to counter gank if you think you can win the 2v2, and I don't think you can win very many 2v2s pre-6. So it would be more about trying to create a game plan that plays around side lanes, in this game at least. We are set up for a dragon. Shen is still here, and we're going to try to keep him locked into this, so I really do like Sai fighting him. Okay, beautiful. So now it's just raw 4v4 down here, and we've already gotten something. And we're waiting out... Ah! Very close, very close. It was almost there, it was almost there. The carries play back. Okay, well fought. This is well fought and well coordinated, and Sai engaged for a reason, and because she engaged for a reason, you guys knew how to play your 4v4, and, like... You kind of baited them into doing something stupid, and they... You took the fight. Like, nice. And, okay, so now... I mean, yeah, maybe we don't greed for this one as well, like, the... I wanted to see if we could, but the death timers are too short. And better to make the call you did, I think. Okay, so I mean, the game's not hard lost immediately, but the game will get more and more difficult to play as time goes on. This is a more new age Riven build. I won't complain about it. And how are our lane assignments doing? I think our Kale should be stopping this. It's free farm. But ultimately, like, dropping a tier 1 turret is not the end of the world. Like, it's okay to make that small mistake. As long as we're dealing with the sides differently, right? Okay. Okay, Wukong and Riven making a play together. We don't have information on anyone else. We don't have any threat of the Baron being taken, but we do have threat of the Baron being set up. Deklo should not be looking for anything proactive right here, ever, 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 because it's highly likely that Vi is in this area. And leaning there is actually dangerous too. You want to lean towards your Wukong. It's actually Shen that shows up first. The response to him showing up is good. We are outnumbered. We are not necessarily outgunned. We do lose resources. We lose, like, everyone's flash. Okay, that sucks. Were we able to anticipate that would happen?
Shut down.
Okay, we did have Shen moving towards here. By pings that went unreported. In comms, it might not have gone unreported. Take inventory, right? Who is where, right? Okay, Sai is committed to this, right? Your jungler is moving up through bot side. Bot sides are strong. We've just lost Prio up here. Like, it would be better if we're taking inventory on what everyone can do and where everyone is. We know we don't want to fight here. We know we don't want a 2v2 trade, and we know that we want to lean towards bot side, right? But we didn't expect Shen first. That's fair. It's reasonable to make that mistake. That's okay. I'm just nervous that this occurred because it was implying that you were looking for a fight in the first place by your positioning, right? And so we burn some resources, and that kind of blows. It'll make the next team fight a little bit harder. Next Drake's in 3 minutes. We don't need to be scared of anything here. Like, our side laners should absolutely finish their waves and fucking leave immediately, right? Okay, Shen's coming out. Actually, more people are seen than we expect. Riven dies here. Riven will die here.
Has been destroyed.
Oh, never mind. Vi backed up. If Vi committed, then Riven died. Riven should have died. I believe that. I wasn't looking for. Okay, yeah. So you're just a little excitable, Deklo. Like, you're just. Which is surprising to me because you come off to me as such like a calculated, analytical person out of the game, and then you just rush things in the game. Like, so, now Aiden is someone I would expect to rush things, and so this doesn't surprise me. But this I like. I really like. Right. Well, I liked until we sped it up a little too fast. You guys got a very, very good opening, right? Ooh! Is it playable? Yeah, it is. Okay. No, that was a 9 casualty fight. That was a 9 casualty fight. Let's just slow it down a little bit, right? Okay, so the opening is kind of Scott's, but like this opening, especially with like Nautilus R through afterward. Do we have that? Oh, we don't have Nautilus R at all. The opening is fine. The immediate commitment. Like, this is good. This is good. This is good. We're fine with this. Oh, and it's just Aiden gets clapped on the... is it good? Is it good? Is it good? I mean, like, see, the opening that chunks Aiden is a little scuffed, but it trades for zillion HP. Nobody has... Wait, actually, how many people have ultimates? Because we've broken things a little bit. Kale does. Knots doesn't. Wukong does. Okay, so we basically say this and we know a fight is occurring. I mean, we're fine, right? I guess we have to say, do we want this fight? Are we ready to take the fight? Like, do we want to commit into this guaranteed 5 while our guaranteed 5 are about to be here? Or do we want to just take the resources and go? I don't know how to make that decision, like, perfectly in the moment. But it is clear that Deklo's backing off while Jade is going in. Now, that can happen even if you're communicating. But, like, I mean, the best way to prevent this is if someone is just, like, screaming at the top of their lungs to leave, if that is the call. It makes sense for Deklo to back out with no cooldowns. reaction times and all that. Like, I don't know. Even though Aiden gets blown up, I don't think. I mean, Cassandra's so low, and we can. Sivir's free hitting. We just pop that so Syndra can't DPS us anymore. I don't know if I possibly could have predicted how this fight would end, but... Yeah, no... Okay, I'm gonna say there's no tangible, immediate takeaway for that for us right now, and it's okay to... Like there would be a concept in there if I dove deeply into it, but I think we should... leave it as it is. It's just the thing I'm concerned about is just the initial desync between Nautilus and Wukong. That's where I would focus my attention in that fight. The Riven sustain on this is kind of goofy, no? Yeah. Okay, setting up for another Drake, and Riven has won the 1v1. We now have 37 seconds of guaranteed no Shen ult, right? Okay, so how do we play our 4v4? We're all slightly chunked already from, like, Syndra poke or Zillion poke and stuff like that. What's on their flanks? What's where? Be more goofy with Gore Drinker. Gore Drinker giga overrated. I mean, if Riven, like... this is like a new age development of Riven. I do think in the general case of Riven's not team fighting, the Eclipse is far better. Okay, interrupted their engage. Now Jade is disconnected because Vi had the retaliation engage. But Sivir's free hitting. And their carries are alive. Okay. Let's see. What happens here? Okay, Wukong goes first. Hits Vi. Okay. It's small, it's non-committal, we back up, we spend our cooldowns. Okay, we're just kind of harassing them around. Nautilus is up first. I mean, Nautilus retaliates to Vi's play. Okay, so we all need to giga blow her up now. But Aiden's caught in an E animation. And then has to back out. Yeah, she did. I want to watch this in Kai'Sa's POV more. I mean, because look, even though Riven is not here and Riven is winning, I do not think it's unreasonable to take this because, like, just looking at the raw 4v4, I think you do have the resources to win it, though, right? So, that's not an E animation, that's just... Yeah, that's not an E animation at all. That is just everyone getting hit by all the CC ever. You know what? I wonder if it's correct to just let Vi initiate. Yeah, the more I look at this, Zillion ult feels like a big problem causer there. But the thing is, all of our victorious fights before have been, we allow Vi to initiate, we completely zone out all of her follow-up, and then our carries clean up. Basically, what they have, now that I reflect on this, what they have is a single target blow-up, but you're preventing the rest of the blow-up from occurring. And then they run out of resources. Right? Like, Yeah, like if we, I mean, if you cancel her with Q, maybe that could be okay. If you let her do it while backing up, maybe that could be okay. If you get initiated on, like if Nautilus gets initiated on, that's probably the biggest problem, to be honest. Yeah, no, I don't like the ultimate. But maybe we do hook, and maybe we ult the back. Like, yeah. Yeah, the enemy backline just does everything completely uninhibited while ours gets hit by everything. That's ultimately what decides the fight, isn't it? I get that. It kind of sucks, but don't forget the rest of the projectile, like, matters. Now, we can back out of this and be okay. Aiden should not be looking... Okay, so we're... Yeah, like, I'm just trying to actually understand what went wrong, because my teamfight breakdowns can be subpar sometimes. But yeah, I wonder if it's actually correct to let her initiate there. It's either let her initiate or just use the hook. Like, because don't forget, Nautilus has a funny move where he hooks and doesn't auto and actually just gets off of everything, like, scot-free. You're allowed to do that. Would you, Declo, what's your experience on Nautilus? How experienced are you on Nautilus? How many games, like, roughly? Recent games. Okay. That got patched out, actually. That got patched out very recently. It wasn't in the patch notes. They removed that. I know. It was a fun mechanic. $1,200, enough to buy an NLR, but it's a good catch. We're low on resources here. Okay, but Sai understands the limits of her champion. Okay, so, like... if we're going to commit this deeply to this sort of fight, like, when this happens, Prisma needs to TP in. Or, like, before that. Like, this shouldn't keep going, but it can keep going if you guys are ready to commit your TP onto this. It shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. You guys can just value all your resources and keep the resort. Just take your free kills and move on. Yeah. No, we don't take that. Okay. It's fair. It's fine. We're good. Prisma gets out. Okay, so we now want to play around the Baron, correct? So how do you guys, as a team, set up the Baron? Well, first of all, Prisma is farming off lane, which is expected for a Kayle, so like, that's fine. She's not fully online yet. She will become a teamfight monster, but you want her to hit 16. So, valuing the Krugs over that wave was probably a mistake, because that's worth more XP right here. You guys are not actually playing... I mean, you guys are leaning towards your Kayle side. You have this fat wave. You guys are actually prioritizing trying to get your Kayle comfortably into the side lane. Or something. You end up playing a farming sequence, but was that the intention? Okay, bye, Jade. Yeah, the TLDW, though, is basically just... So we'll talk about some intuition errors. We'll talk about some side lane stuff later. But the big thing is just, like... You guys need to keep taking inventory, and you guys have gotten better at that. We have Riven very aggressively taking ownership of some of this space, and that is wild, like, absolutely nuts that she's rushing it like this. Like, I am petrified, but I guess she actually knows where some stuff is. So, okay. So you guys should want to use Riven's position here, though, is the thing, right? You guys should want to move yourselves in, take this space, because the Baron is your next objective. Instead, you let her risk her life for nothing, and it was nuts that she did in the first place. Okay, we're playing bot side now. I think this is wrong, but I also think it's the uncontested side. So, whatever. Riven is actually the one who gets allocated to solo laning here, rather than Kayle. Despite the fact that Kale's 16 is more pressing and that Riven has been a driving force in your team fights before this. We're one level away from go mode. He's early 15. And I don't see what we're pressuring for because our comp has very poor siege, okay? Our comp has really, really, really bad siege. We cannot play to just push up a lane and hit their turret. So let's allocate, now that nothing has occurred, if we're still not going to play to take ownership of topside, now we can start shifting towards the Ocean Drake and start playing that there. But a whole lot of nothing has happened, and we've just given some gold to the scaling team. We haven't taken wards in anything, like, we haven't taken any wards that matter. We haven't taken any, like, we didn't play a vision game. We didn't play a farming sequence either. Yeah, that's actually the problem I have. We didn't play an objective sequence, nor did we play a farm sequence, nor did we play a vision sequence that made any sense. Like, we just existed on the map with no intention. We didn't talk to each other and decide what we wanted to do. If you guys would like, I can make a list of stuff that you could choose to do. And now we're trying to take ownership of this space because we relinquished everything too much. We got scared and were scattered to the 9 winds and forced to face check. Do you see how just playing this sequence out like a minute ago would have changed so much? Because now Wukong is like, Wukong's hitting crab. If you guys were absolutely terrified of like hitting the Baron, Wukong should be sprinting it up to here, and like we should be trying to group up and trying to do something about it, right? But I fear what's going to happen is that you guys are going to end up in a bad choke, and Syndra's going to stun you all while you're trying to sit up there. And okay, fortunately she's showing. Unfortunately, we take some of the river. Wait, but why are we even looking for a fight when Wukong? Look where Wukong is, right? Why? No. What? Look at Wukong. Look at Wukong. He's starting the Drake now. We have confirmed that Baron's not in danger, so Wukong is trying to sneak the Drake away. Okay, so if that is the call, and that's what we're doing, then these motherfuckers should not be taking this aggressive flank. Especially not dashing forwards like that, Sai. Jesus Christ. Now, Deklo has to spend his ultimate to disengage us. We're walking back up! We've just gone into debts. We don't know what's in our shop. We don't know what's on our shelves. We took 0 inventory. That may have single-handedly lost the game. We lose 4. We lose Baron. If they have any concept of what they're doing, that's what just happened. Or worse, is this end? No, it's not. But we were not in sync. We did not talk to each other. Or if we did not understand the implications of what our teammates were doing. When Wukong says, if we confirm the Baron is not at risk of being taken, and Wukong says, I am going to take this Drake, that should tell us that we want 0 team fights. We do not want team fights, unless it happens to be us kiting back into here and Wukong ends up getting involved. But, like, even that is not, like, we don't start that. We are way too bloodthirsty.
Red team has slain Baron Nashor.
And that, do you see how I told you the outcome of that as soon as you died? Like, so you guys knew what the plan was. You guys established the plan, and you just bungled it. Because you didn't understand that a piece of that plan was, do not cause a fight. And
in fairness, if you were to make the mistake, spending Deklo's ultimate sucks, but it's not the end of the world. That would have been an okay outcome. Like, we would have been okay with that. Would have been fine. Okay. So yeah, and like, this is the process of improving at this game, right? You take a plan. You clearly said that. Okay, perfect. So that means either someone's not listening or someone's just confused or like... The hard part of League of Legends is under... Wow, huge. Huge. Very good. But now we see 2 down bot side, and, like, we're not gaining anything for this trade, and, like, there's no need to fight at this point anymore, and, like... It's fine, it's whatever. So, actually, you know what that tells me? That tells me you guys came up with a plan. You successfully came up with a plan. You all knew what your plan was going to be. You knew the implications of the plan. Or at least... you very quickly found out because you fucked around a little bit. And then after you found out, you did communicate what the intention of your ultimate was. Now, how many words did you use to communicate it to is another thing. Because, like, I'm just trying to disengage them is very different than leave, 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 right? Yeah, but that said, you came up with a good plan, you executed it poorly, you knew the implications of it, you knew a salvage strategy, but somewhere along there it got bungled or ignored, and that sounds like maybe an individual level problem, but it means as far as teamwork goes, you guys did your diligence, and that's good, and that's huge improvement. And, like, if we continually have comms issues where people are missing information, either someone's not paying attention, and that has to be their immediate priority to fix, or there's a mic issue, or something like that, right? Because, like, I have comms issues sometimes where I miss my teammates' callouts because I'm too in the zone on my decisions, because I'm trying to do some hard decisions that I don't fully understand yet, and that's my problem, and I have to solve it ASAP. But yeah, no, you can't use full sentences to communicate the intention of your ultimate mid-combat. You have to just give commands. So if somebody sees the guy pressing the ultimate saying, out, 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 that's very different. Right? Again, not on you exclusively, because if we're on the same page about the plan, Prisma should know that we're not fighting that. Sai should know that we're not fighting that. But I used to make comms. There was an experiment I did when I was still playing support and had more mental bandwidth available to me. Where I did an experiment where I calmed, like, exclusively. If my callout had more than 3 words, it was a bad callout. I was deliberately using broken English and simple commands like that. And while I was actively thinking about that, it was excellent. It was so useful. You guys can see how that one fight, like, swung the entire game, right?
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
It is, and I still struggle with it, and it hasn't been my core focus, and so, because I'm still learning some other stuff, and so, like, I don't have a solution to you right away. So, I'm just saying to you that I acknowledge that problem, I realize it's going to be hard, and it's going to be a long-term fix for us.
Killing spree.
Enemy gets it started, and then... Oh, that's not a very good opening by Sai. Nah, it's not a good opening. It's such a bad opening. Our Nautilus isn't involved, our Riven finds only one. The opening to this fight is very poor. And we have to severely outplay them to win at that point. Yeah, that is what it looks like. I mean, game over now. Yeah, Okay. So, I mean, this looks like a pretty normal IBS game where, like, things throw back and forth for a while. And ultimately it does just come down to, like, that big moment of... Like, it comes down to that big moment of discoordination. Now, the cool thing about it is, like, the fact that you did plan and you did understand. And that's a big step up. Like, I want you to understand that. I mean, so you guys won, for chat, they won this series. They did win this series. And this is what qualified them for playoffs. So the overall impact of this particular loss was pretty low. But, like, yeah, at that point in the game, do you Knight's Vow, Kale, or Riven? I mean, we're struggling to get Kaisa. Okay, first of all, if we're talking itemization, what the fuck is this? Right? Because now if we're gonna start flaming everybody, and we're allowed to because we like these people,
Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
I believe this is... Yeah, because, I mean, I'm going through the options of, like, Bork or Ginsu. I mean, we can't go Ginsu's. We can't go Ginsu's with a second capstone. We've already committed to our capstone, but I would have to try to understand why PD is a problem. Wits would be good. BT would be good. Like, what's our intention? Are we playing exclusively? I mean, we're not designed exclusively for single target blow up. We have to kind of play these fights out in an extended way. We don't have any poke support. We're already, like... That's fair, but it's not always a luxury we can afford. I don't think it's hard to tell that Sivir's items are more conducive to team fighting than Kai'Sa's. So with that being said, because Kai'Sa is not continuously outputting Giga DPS, even though Kai'Sa is strong, yeah, I just don't want to confront him too aggressively on it, right? Because it's not a major point. It's not worth getting in a fight over at IBS level. It's just... And we have to be careful with Aiden because Aiden doesn't do well under pressure. So I don't want to impose pressure. Well, if Kai'Sa is... Look, here's your rule of thumb. If your Knight's Vow target is very regularly not hitting anything... Are those things I should be saying on stream? I mean, it's not something you can use strategically against us, really. So flaming the vibe for not building... Why would you want... What you meant, is that polite to Aiden? I mean, I guess not, but the literal worst faith interpretation of this is still that we're trying to keep Aiden's feelings under consideration to prepare him for the next series, right? Like, that's still the worst faith interpretation, so... Flaming the Vive on a bruiser build for not opting into tank itemization is not necessarily the move, especially since her pivot is just now occurring.
Yeah, because I mean, this is a style of Vi build that follows standard bruiser itemization, and now that the Maw is online, that's defensive pivot, and that's when a Warden's or Thorn would come out if necessary, but it was used to BC full time. Yeah, I mean, people keep flaming Vi for no cleaver, and that doesn't make sense. Like, you don't need the cleaver. It's a good item in terms of pivoting into an engage bot, but Vi is more than that, so, Cleaver Rush, good. Cleaver Rush into tank, good. When we're on the Sunderer style, that clearly implies that we're supposed to be a damage threat. And that's fine. Like, that's okay. It was a rough... There were a lot of things to clean up. Individually, sure. Team-wise, not that big a deal. If you want, and I can write this down too, and I'm going to. Actually, do I have a thing for you guys? Oh my god, I don't. All right, I'm a loser. I have a new format of like notes for helping people. Yeah. Did you play Juggernauts and Or? That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, like ultimately this doesn't matter. The actual core takeaway that we're supposed to do, is it worth swapping our Knight's Vow? The numbers on this report. Your rule of thumb for Knight's Vow, Declo. If the carry you are attached to is simply not outputting damage in your fights, then you may swap it to somebody who is. Unless, like, it is absolutely necessary to prevent, like, to save this guy from getting blown up. But, like, I don't think it is, and Aiden can cover himself, right? So, where was I again before this? Yeah, they won. We're allowed to flame. That's the point. They won the series. I will help to hook you guys up with, like, some intuition error stuff. There was another point that I was going to make, and I'm trying to remember what it was. Just, like... No, that's as far as we can go.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, so if David wants some help on next steps, that's fine. I personally think it's too late into the season for me to give you guys any actionable learning objectives. That's true, but it doesn't flip Kaisa W. You would need a Dark Seal on top of that. Or you would, yeah, you would need like a number of items. Hi, Jackie. I'm just going to close this replay. So yeah, I mean, I criticized the drafts minorly, but ultimately it's not a big deal, and this is fine because matchups don't matter. That's where I have to leave it, right? I criticized this too harshly. You guys are fine. Draft was fine. Much of the game was fine to an extent. We talked about an anticipation error. We talked about... I mean, yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing worth talking about. There's only stuff that's worth applying. So we're done here. That's where we have to leave it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Are we satisfied? Any last questions? Any, like, other things like that? I like doing these streams where I just sit down and I chill with you guys. What is this? Judge this. Oh, Lord. Okay. Okay, this is another one of your drafts. I mean, I'm not going to talk too much about the bans. You know what you're doing in terms of scouting. You give up, like, they take Sivir, which is not a, like, it's, okay. Could be a contested pick, but we're not too concerned about that. We take immediate Vi. We guarantee an initiator, okay. And then we have Ziggs. Okay, so Ziggs is a good, stable, early blind pick that prevents Prisma from being on a Kale that he may have lost confidence in after the last game, which is fine. We don't complain about that. Although I'm a little confused about the Vi priority.
It is obviously a denial pick. You are clearly denying this and taking a strong champion that is an initiator that performs at this level. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I see here is, like, I'm looking at the Sivir. On a theory level, this sucks. On a theory level, this sucks. Because, like, the only information you have face up is Sivir, and... Ugh. But we're not playing at a level where our pools are flexible enough to give them vibe, like, pivot into something that defends. That's a control comp, like, not doing that. So, like, okay, I don't love it on paper, but, like, it at least satisfies the conditions of what we're looking for in a team composition. Camille shows Joe Bard based... and then we prioritize the Volibear. So, that insinuates, because we're prioritizing the Volibear, that we're trying... Okay, not that we're trying to cover it in bans. It's because, like, we're just trying to take something... Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm looking at a Camille B2 in front of my face, and I'm not changing my... We take Volibear B3 because we prioritize the... getting the matchup that we want into Camille, pretty much. And we don't want to be banned out in terms of excellent answers. That's the reason you would be 3 Volibear, or R3 Volibear. Okay, so we have our top side established, and, like, you know, big beefy juggernaut at IBS level, good stuff. Ziggs, competent to pilot it. Vi is our primary initiator, sure. We are now targeting mid laners because we know that... I mean, we could target mid laners or we could target junglers, and both would be okay because we have completely disparate drafts. And they end up targeting 80 carries. On a theory level, it would then make most sense to use support counterpick R5. It's been so long since we've seen a Volibear at all. Yeah, that champion's invisible, but we have a player who plays it, so we end up getting Volibear. Yeah, on a theoretical level, it would make much more sense to have support R5, just because that gives us more flexibility in how we're going to approach the game. But again, we don't value flexibility in how we approach the game in IBS level, because we're going to use our one binary method of playing, and so we opt into a secondary initiator so that it is easier to penetrate Sivir Spell Shield. I do not mind that. It very much plays into the Smork identity. They tried to interrupt us by using Veigar Wukong. The response is Jhin. Okay, so, I mean, here's the only issue that I have with this comp, right? Here's the only issue I have with this comp. We are, in essence, playing artillery dive. We have an artillery variant of the dive archetype, using Ziggs and Jhin as our backline. However, the divers that we have are either noticeably squishy or not outputting a lot of sustained damage. To make this work, it would be best if Vi were, like, more of a damaging bruiser build. It does mean that it's harder for Veigar to wall out the follow-up. It does mean that... I mean, like, the problem with this is also... It was, okay, good. I mean, I'm also a little bit concerned on paper about Bard, like, responding to Jhin with his own ultimates. However, that's an interaction point of the matchup, which is not something we can read too much into. If Aiden feels comfortable on Jhin, then Aiden feels comfortable on Jhin, and ultimately, like, just looking at the 5 champions we have, because I overlook at these... Just looking at the 5 champions we have, there is a cohesive composition here. It's just that maybe the particular divers we're using here are a little bit scuffed, and maybe if it's in pool, Rakan is on paper a little better, and, you know, stuff like that. I don't know if it's in pool. Zechnol, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Good night. I sense that we're finishing up here. I mean, I am finishing up here, but... give me 2 seconds. I tabbed out as soon as that came up. Wait a minute, you motherfucker! What do you mean you... Zechnol follows me, despite having been in this community for like 4 months. Or 5 months, or how long? How long? Where's Discord? Where's Discord? Where are you? Ooh,
Yeah, like 5 months. Fat figured the other. Yeah, no worries. I'm just poking fun at you. Have a good night. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Cohesive composition, that would be fine. Like, we have stuff. Like, I don't mind. Remember, we don't read into draft too heavily as long as your comp works together, and it does. I'm just concerned that it is literally only Volibear outputting damage on your dive. That's scuffed. I think. I will read more into dive comps, because my dive video is coming up next. After, like, in terms of the archetypes. We're still working on that study, but... Okay. I want to go say goodnight to my family. Are we good to go, guys? Can we go? Are you finished here? Okay. Have a good night, everybody. Tomorrow I have my own competitive match. Tomorrow I might try to play some Runeterra, like, closer in the morning or something. I don't know what I'm doing exactly. We're working it out. Love yourselves. Respect each other. I'll see you all next time. Take care. Bye-bye.